they were
technically were also used to
Yeah.
bust
Which
up
is-
unions.
Yeah.
I wonder what the winged monkey connection is.
That
there.
one I don't get.
I switched over so we can record this because this is a decent
I mean, I
conversation.
imagine that they are
It's
like
D&D
the
related.
forces
It is
underneath
D&D
a
related.
corporation or a government,
Yeah.
which would make sense, right?
Good
Well, then
evening,
that would also
everybody.
include the cards.
We're having an interesting conversation that started with the today's announcement by Wizards of the Coast and has now moved on to Pinkerton agents.
Yes.
Because
So-
again,
That's
if
what
you're
we
the
currently are.
federal police, you're under the government, and the government is the people breaking up the union.
You
'cause
know
the
what
union-
else was underneath the government?
What?
The card soldiers
Mm-hmm.
in what's it?
Alice
what's the
in
movie called?
Wonderland?
Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't see mentions of Pinkerton agents on that Wikipedia page.
You think
Yeah,
maybe someone hasn't come up with that interpretation yet?
No,
Yeah.
sounds like someone needs to add that to the Wikipedia
Yeah, I'll edit the
page.
page.
Oh my god.
That's what it sounds like to me.
All right, let's move on before we keep getting distracted by
Only a little
freaking
bit.
Pinkerton
but to go back to
interpretation.
our current political spectrum
Yeah.
debate, Ivar has kind of made a choice already.
Well,
It's very
we'll
much
get
in
to
line
that
with
character.
Hessel's, I think.
Yeah.
We'll get to this in character, but I think we've all made the same choice except for Betty.
Yeah.
Well, I think
I think Betty might be
I think
outnumbered.
Saywin's also on the fence, or at least last it was mentioned.
Yeah, a little on the fence, but not quite as much as.
Yeah, I want you to
Betty.
talk me into it because Rose wants this desperately.
I'm gonna say, Alex, Betty's not on the fence at all. She's on
Yeah.
the opposite fucking side.
Yeah.
Saywin is on the fence.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what? Hessel is a man that builds bridges.
yeah.
He's gonna make a gate. in
Betty's
that
on the
fence.
like
And
hell
whenever he
no.
opens it,
I
when he
watched her
opens it,
startle
he's gonna
choke a man.
usher. When he opens that gate in that fence that he just built, he's gonna usher Betty through, and also in the process of opening the gate, Saywin's gonna fall to his side.
I hope so. Okay, let's get our intro out of the way.
It's gonna be like the chicken chasing that traditionally happens when a
I'm
bird
trying.
doesn't want to be caught.
I'm sorry, Patches. I can't find it.
Well, outside of everything that's been talked about here, hello and welcome everybody to another episode of your favorite D&D Saturday evening show. We're going to be continuing our 5th edition homebrew world, and well, they've got themselves in a fun situation. There's a little bit of turmoil within the group after last session.
That's a fun situation. Like we didn't teleport to where everyone wants to go yet.
That may be true, but that's besides the point.
By the way, Saber's back from Busch Gardens. Everybody say hi.
How dare you reveal where I've been? I
You
had
and like
fun and no one needs to
100,000
know.
other people.
Yeah. It's like going, they're back from Disney World, totally doxxed.
Feel my
Welcome back from New York City.
feeling my IP address get immediately.
That's all I needed.
That's all is
But yeah, the party, the crew teleported in last time to from from Gin Springs to Eldervane using a favor, and a little prank was played to gain entry. Their lives were put on the line to make sure that they were not spies ready to come in and, destroy the city. And luckily they were all normal, regular individuals that weren't insane, and managed to make their way into the city without any issues. The party, Willow specifically was interrogated further, but her questions seemed to appease the interrogators, and they left to bring this one rung higher up the ladder. The party then went shopping and purchased some interesting items.
He's not an item.
I mean, some items, whether they be inanimate or animate. You'll have to watch last episode to find out. And we'll
Probably tuned out.
Probably.
I can tell that Brandon just kind of stalled when I said that. He was
Yeah.
like, I don't.
I was like, wait, those no, I mean, yeah. But all that's besides the point. The party chosen in, one leaned towards adventuring parties, have purchased some rooms, and we're just about to sit down to discuss their next plans. What's going to be happening? What's their next goal?
Okay, well, my first question is, does Hazel make it up to his room?
I mean,
Easily.
And does anyone look at him weirdly?
No, I think at the state of like location we are, plenty of adventurers are likely to have spider clan boots.
yes.
Okay.
It shouldn't be overly strange.
I mean, I feel like that also makes sense given the verticality of the city. Like, people who don't have wings are gonna find ways to compensate.
Mm-hmm.
Like by climbing.
All good. It all works.
Yep.
So we're pretty much we're just
All right.
chilling out at the hotel. Like, again,
Yes.
regrettably, I was unable to continue paying attention because my car was trying to kill me at the
Yeah.
time. So
Yeah.
By the way, I parked Crest wherever that you park those animals.
you still have that thing? It hasn't disowned you yet?
Honestly, I might just start killing it when she turns her back around. Like, I'm gonna
Don't
leave my
do that.
animal here, okay. And then, like, later in the night, I'll just go kill it so that she could resummon it later when it's actually useful.
Crest could have easily been hitched to the front side of this building if that was something you wanted to do.
Yes.
He
Oh.
will sit in the room in silence.
So is this a shared room, or are we like?
So y'all are still
No,
at
everybody got the
y'all are
Each have our own
still
room.
y'all,
Yeah.
y'all at the moment are still in the like lounge area, like at the front of this inn. You can go up to your rooms if you wish, but
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
that's
I'll go to my room and stash my stuff.
okay. No, everyone makes it up to their rooms. Some rather nice rooms. For those who purchased the floor rooms, for those who do not have flight,
Yeah.
most of the room hardwood floor is lovely jade and like yellow, sort of golden rugs and curtains and these deep jade like bed sets with like gray pillows and like a gray undersheet. Fairly respectable room. Nothing fancy. There's just a a bed and a dresser and a small like little mirror to do your face and a little wash basin. For you to sort of sponge bath in if you're in here, right? Very accommodating, but not over over interesting interiors. However, the those who purchased the third floor, which is only accessible via flight or via climbing, if you're really up for it, there is nothing to like claw or like hook claw or like climb your way up via like handholds. Everything's pretty smooth and well made, so it's pretty much guaranteed that the only people up there are either by magical means or have some form of flight. But those rooms are ever so slightly bigger.
Nice.
Higher ceilings. All the ceilings in here are like vaulted to one side, as the top of this roof is that curved treasure chest looking like style that it was made into. The entrance is actually the entrance to this third floor is there's two like landings on the left and right side of this treasure chest, and a small hallway that goes into the center where all these rooms are. So it's just like an open air corridor, and your rooms are either on the left or the right. But these rooms do not sport a traditional bed. These rooms have 3 different ways for you to sleep in here. There's a 3 tide point tarp with holes for your wings to fit through, so you can lay in like a canopy that's like right up against the ceiling.
Snuggle hut.
A snuggle hut. There's a long, deep, like very nice rope, what was it? What's the word?
Hammock.
Hammock. Yeah. I was like, it's not caught, but and then there is just a simple like roll-out mat to lay on the floor. But these rooms, the furniture's a little bit nicer. Each one has a nice big window, double glass pane, very 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 nice. They both slide out sideways. These rooms are accommodated for flying folk. Large wide doorways, high ceilings, and amenities that your dragon, bird, and anything else in between folk could need.
I mean, I'm gonna sleep in the snuggle hut.
And it's like right tied up to like close to the ceiling, so you have to like pull the sheet down slightly and then get in, and then it's like seals against the ceiling because it's pulled taut, and so it goes like nearly pitch black in there.
Nice.
Yeah, the light does come through, but your wings can hang out of the bed so you can nicely lay on your back without having to find a good position to lay down with your wings. But yeah.
I would like to stay down the main common room, a ale, and pen our recent adventures into my journal.
Sure. Do you sit down at a table or at the bar?
I'd probably do it at the table.
Okay.
My back to the wall.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
See most of the room.
Yeah. You since you've been in the city, this is the first time of you seeing other humans. There's not many in here, but everybody in here is like dressed to adventure. They all are wearing heavy exotic armors. They're all have plates covered with a plethora of foods. And it's quite rowdy in here, but no one seems to be giving anybody else grief for their appearance here. Everyone seems to just be an adventurer.
Oh, good, because I probably look like hot garbage.
But
I'll enjoy that until the wee hours of the evening.
okay.
As compared to cold garbage.
You know, at least hot garbage, it's like comfier to sleep on because.
I was gonna say it depends on the type of garbage, but I feel like cold garbage could be worse.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Anyway.
For my part, once I get settled in to my room, I'm going to take an opportunity to do a bit of spell copying, and I'm gonna copy the dream scroll that I just got using my quick spell quill.
Okay.
All right, let's do. So it's 10 hours total, so I can reduce 9. So that's to 6, to 3, and to
7. See, 3 hours
2.
remaining. Yeah.
No, to 2 hours
Okay.
remaining. So yeah, I'll take that. 2 hours for a 5th
How
level
does that
spell.
math work out?
Because I have 3 charges. Each charge is a D4.
Uh-huh. That's a
And
total of 7, and it's 10 hours, so there's 3 left.
I'm stupid.
I was gonna run through the math in just a second, but yeah.
Don't worry. Okay. 3 hours. So that's 75 gold and 3 hours. Which will put me perfectly on time with everybody else. So
Yeah. Pancake, would you please join us?
I wondered when
Shake of
Pancake would
hands.
make an appearance.
There you go, Pancake. Have some lovely music and ambiance.
Yeah, pay pancake and like something.
Yeah.
Butter pad bonus.
Oh dear.
As you are currently the only one of your group in the inn room, Saper. You see one of the dragonborn ladies that was behind the counter. She comes and brings you an ale and gives you a simple wooden coin. And she goes, "For your troop, your tab."
Wait. What?
She goes, you'll figure it out. And she gives you a little wink and walks away.
All right then.
Yeah, you see this silver coin, or this simple wooden coin. It looks like a coffee, or like a whatchamacallit, like a little thing to put your drink on.
Oh, like coaster.
Like a coaster, yeah. But as you look at it, there's wispy white zeros on it at the moment. And
all right.
as you set your drink down on the table, a 3 and an SP shows up on the coaster.
Oh, clever. So you make sure the dragon gets his due.
Otherwise,
She also sets down a small like menu for what's going to be served later tonight.
Well, once I'm done penny, I shall peruse that. Not too hungry now, but
Oh,
I will
yeah.
enjoy the ale.
Yeah, basically they have timed meals. You'll just sort of missed lunch. The kitchen is closed at the moment, but they'll be opening it back up for lunch in roughly 3 hours, which is why
Dinner.
Our dinner when what Willow said.
Betty honestly would probably just store Crest and then leave.
No.
Like go.
Well, Crest is not allowed inside.
Oh fuck.
Crest can stay in the. Crest can be tied up outside in the
Well,
stables.
fuck him then. He gets to stay outside.
Okay, yeah. But if you're staying in a room, you get the choice to bard and animal. So as long as you're paying for your room, you can bard your animal there. All right, them's the rules. They don't allow you to just simply bard an animal.
Yeah.
But
I was like, if it's extra, I'm just going to dismiss him. I'm not paying extra money for this.
no, and
Mother, no.
as you're barding up people, you do hear a couple of other newbies sort of talking about how much cheaper this place is than other inns.
Hmm.
They're kind of shocked because the next
Okay, so it's
the
money
next
laundering. Got it.
the next inn down the road is roughly 4 times the price.
Oh
Fuck.
crap!
Jesus. All right. How much should we pay for this one?
2 gold for the upstairs rooms and 1 gold for the walk-in rooms.
Why didn't you animals go upstairs? It's a waste of money.
Because they could.
Yeah.
Literally, that's the only reason.
Some
Yeah,
people
it's only accessible by flight or via like magic items or sheer force of will, I guess.
I was gonna say, give me a knife and some time. I'll get up there. But
No, don't.
it will
Don't
not
use
be
the knife.
graceful.
But
I got a snuggle hut.
yeah, you do have a nice, lovely snuggle hut, and you, Betty, you have not laid on your back in years. It's pretty cozy.
Years.
Well, yeah, she's got big ass bird wings. You
No,
can't
you're
lay
right,
on
you're
them.
right. It's one of those little things you don't think about until all of a sudden you hear it, you're like, you know what, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
you don't
Yeah.
think about it unless it's you.
When? At what point does it become unfeasible for her to sit on her back? Like age 7?
Yeah, like once your wings start really growing in. So,
Yeah. You know what? That's gonna add more questions. Let's just continue.
Yeah.
Well,
Will it?
I have a lot of questions about that.
why?
That seems
What do you
fairly
mean,
straightforward.
what?
I could have like 1 or 2 questions, not a lot.
Rose, now I want to know what.
I mean, do they just start out as nubs and then they just fucking?
Yeah,
like,
you have small
expand?
baby bird wings that can lay flat on your
Okay.
back.
Yeah, they're about the
And then
size
the-
of, like fried chicken wings, and eventually grow from there.
They're not big. They're roughly the
Right,
length
I'll
of like your shoulders when you're a baby Aarakocra.
Okay.
And then as you grow, you get the second joint, and they start to double in length. And then
that's what I was asking. I didn't know how that worked.
That seems so
Yeah,
painful.
they
It's
have-
like
they have-
like your new teeth coming in.
well, yeah, they have growing pains.
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah, their wings are the majority of their body weight for the most part, or like half of it at least. So it takes a while to grow, though.
Yeah, it's like it makes sense, but it's not something you ever thought about.
That's
as
why I
to-
was
Oh, I think
asking,
about
because
these
I was
things
like-
all the time.
And you know what? The best part is I do love that you actually do that, because then it's like you have an answer. for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
Because I was like, I have questions, and I was like, I don't want to derail it. And you're like,
No,
ask
please,
the questions. And
please.
I'm like, okay.
But yeah, y'all are. What are you? What are y'all
That's
doing?
horrifying.
You put your stuff away, and the day is yours. It's roughly 3 p.m. at the moment.
Well,
Also
I'm on
returns quickly.
Ooh.
Gonna say I
Ooh.
will. I'll probably pen
Mhm.
while listening to the fellow adventurers around us to kind of get a feel of, like, why they're here, what some of them are gossiping about the city, that kind of stuff. Just listening to people's conversations like a rude bastard.
Yeah, absolutely. Make a perception check.
You got it. Roll.
Make a peeping check.
Oh, why was that a D4? The hell?
What?
It wasn't, and you got a natural 20, so.
Nice.
Oh, my thing just glitched and it rolled all the dice that have happened so far. It rolled
Oh.
all those D4, but it didn't roll.
Oh.
There we go. Haha! I finally did it,
You know why?
guys.
It's because I was looking at the stream page. And I
Oh,
didn't,
yeah.
I didn't watch anything on the actual page. So it all updated. That's why.
You hear everything.
Uh,
Hear every-
Yeah, there's lots of rumors going around. There's there's some rumors that some humans have been spotted in the woods to the west of Eldervane, closer to the swamp. However, once people get their scent has been picked up, but there's never any sign of them when they get to them. That's one of the bigger rumors that you keep hearing.
They're the west?
Yeah,
Of the
Yeah.
city itself.
yeah,
Okay.
of Eldervane.
Okay.
I'll zoom myself in so I can get a better idea of this. Okay. Oh, so yeah, in the Wiremire sectors. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, like a good place to do scouting runs since it seems like it's open to the sea.
Swamp people.
Also,
Okay.
swamp people.
Here, let me zoom. Actually, you know what? No, better idea, stream. Hey, guess what? Let's take everybody to...
I don't want to.
Oh yeah, we
We're
have
going to a
city
trip.
map now.
Oh, we have
No,
a city map?
I don't want to.
I-
Hey, oh,
No.
I don't want
Oh
to.
my god, that looks awesome.
Oh, that does look really cool. We're in the red section?
You guys are currently...
Or pink?
No, I think
No,
we're
you-
in the black actually.
You are in the amethyst section.
Oh, okay. We're next to the black.
I
We're
was
almost there.
the closest.
That's
We're
not true.
almost there.
So, yes, this is the I don't know if you heard it from the VOD, but yes, the city is separated by the barons of of Eldervane, all of which are loyal to
Are
Torrengheth
the
himself.
buildings actually colored appropriately?
This is roughly sort of what the colors of each of these buildings are. The roofs are mostly blacks and grays. Some are like a thatch. Some are like a clay or a terracotta. But for the
So
most
you're telling
part,
me the entire district over there is not pink roofs.
they're not pink roofs. No, but the buildings themselves are majority pink or to like some degrees of white.
Be a disgustingly expensive amount of
Is the
dye.
building in between the green and the pink where Daddy Torrengheth lives?
No, Daddy Torrengheth lives in the mountains about here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Who is Daddy Torrengheth?
The Dragon King who we're here to try and see.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, the name escaped me.
Yes.
Also,
And as
The
for the
title.
daddy part, that's the
Yeah, I was
first
gonna
time
say
I'm hearing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Daddy Torrengheth and Mama what's her name?
No, that's how the draconic translation turned out.
Yeah. Erothitis.
Interesting.
Alright, so major rumors of humans being spotted in the swamps
Yes.
to the west.
That's the primary sort of rumor that you're getting. The other rumor that you're hearing about is there's been this was sort of touched on slightly. The brothers, the three brothers, Calorum, Calorin, and Coloris, seem to be, from those who were close enough to their loud, booming, ancient draconic conversations, as they'll call them, that they seem to be fighting over trying to. Calorin is trying to convince Calorum and Coloris. No, Coloris is trying to convince Calorum and Colorin that a council needs to be called. They're not sure for
Okay,
what.
And that's the youngest is trying to convince the middle and the oldest.
So Calorin and Caloris are twins, and the older brother is Calorum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to get a better sense of this by doing like first, third, second, middle, but
Yeah.
it's not gonna work. Okay.
Okay, so Caloris and Calorin are twins?
Yeah, Calorin
Honestly,
and
who cares? They're blue dragons,
they are blue
He
dragons.
and they're all siblings.
They are all siblings.
But I feel like this is gonna come up.
So-
It might
I don't
not.
think it will. I don't think it'll be like, oh, which one of us is the middle child? By
So
Answer
now that you
incorrectly,
have
we
a
eat
map,
you.
I can put them via colors. So if you want to make notes, Cal Rim is the dark blue here, or the royal blue district of the city.
Kind of like a cobalt.
Mm-hmm. Cal Ren is this sky blue.
They have their own districts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I
Dude,
think you might care.
that's straight up nepotism.
And Cal Riss is this like sea blue.
So Calvin and
1/4
Calvin.
of this city is siblings. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, and they don't always see eye to eye, so it's okay.
That's not nepotism. That's the governmental structure of this city, which is a monarchical oligarchy.
Okay, so fuck.
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart. I know there's fireworks going on. You don't like it.
Are
Aw.
they fraternal twins? No, they're not fraternal twins. They're never mind.
They're
Fucking
dragons.
question.
Yeah.
What do you mean they're dragons?
So
Who cares? They're
well,
dragons.
they would have to be. They'd be hatchmates.
yeah, they're technically broodlings is the term.
I was gonna
Also,
say,
it's a
'cause
stupid
unless there's
question
two of them in
because
the
they're all
same.
boys. That was the more reason why
Oh.
that was a stupid question.
That was not the language. you were
No,
looking for.
fraternal twins can be the same gender.
Yeah, but they're
Yeah.
typically not.
No, that's not true.
I don't even think that's correct, like at all.
Yeah.
The only
What?
fraternal twins I knew were all. I think all of them were
Identical
male.
twins have to be the same. Have to be the
I've actually
same.
known 3 sets of fraternal twins who have been both male and female.
I know 2
Fuck
sets,
me,
and
I
all of
guess.
them were men.
Yeah, identical twins have to be the same genetic sex, but
As long as there's just 2 different eggs, that's
Yeah.
yeah,
that's the situation.
fraternal twins, it's anybody's guess.
Yeah.
I think it's more common for them to be different, but it's
And
I
as
think
for
the-
dragons, they're almost entirely and always fraternal twins. Because that's how having multiple eggs works.
Regardless,
But yes, one seems to be trying to convince the other two
Wait,
to
so
go
why
with
why does the green dragon suck? They get less of a district.
the green district. You're not sure. You're not sure why.
why does the green dragon suck? Oh my god!
Anyway,
I'm just saying, it looks like they're like the
what are the
loser
dragon
dragon
boys
of the
arguing
bunch.
about?
also, whose color is this? Because this is the best color.
Which color?
This color.
I'm not. Oh,
Teal.
the teal
Teal.
one. The
That's the best
teal
color.
one is Calrus the Brave.
We should ally with him.
You don't
But
even
he's
wait, you
the
don't ally
angry
with any of
one.
these people. What are you talking about?
No. You're not.
Yeah, I'm not
they're
gonna
not.
ally with any of the 3 brothers.
They're not. They're not certain.
As someone
why.
whose entire lot in life was based on family and has elevated them above others, I'm gonna push others down. So
Another with a natural 20. Another rumor that you hear that is apparently Fangs in Shadow has been seen stalking through the city at night.
Thanks.
He hasn't been seen outside of his castle in so long. Strange to see him out, but he seems to be looking for something.
Oh.
I'm
Fangs
going
in
to assume that's a
Shadow.
man and his dog.
That's not something we've heard before.
No.
No. I'm gonna guess that Fangs in Shadow is a person who is prominent in the city. Who I guess
I imagine he's probably like the notorious like hermit that like everybody kind of knows about, but he's like. Just leave
I'm
him
I'm
straight-
gonna
alone.
call it.
I
I'm
think
gonna call
there's
him now
no
he's a
shot it's
vampire.
not the black dragon.
Uh,
Fangs in Shadow.
yeah. You know what? With the natural 20, I'll continue that. Yes. Someone asked who's Fangs in Shadow when someone says that, and someone says, "Oh, it's Nullwraith, the ancient jet dragon. He's a sort of a loner, but Torrengheth seems to trust him."
All right, I'll come downstairs
Okay.
Okay.
and order wine for the
Is
table.
it Fangs and Shadow or Fangs in Shadow?
Fangs in Shadow.
Okay, I thought it was and Shadow, which is why I was like a man and his dog.
Yes.
It's just a guy named Fangs and his dog Shadow.
There you go. Nullwraith, the Fangs in Shadow.
Without trying to draw terrible amounts of attention, I'll continue writing my book when Hessel sits down, and I'll relay what I've been overhearing so far.
Okay.
I've also come down.
So that's the
As you order wine, Hessel, they ask you, cheap, the house brand or fancy wine.
Always a house.
Okay.
And
Aren't
I'll
you
also-
broke?
I will look
Yeah.
up and say we can add that to my tab.
Well, it's the tab for the table, right? Because whenever I put this bottle down on the table,
It's true. It does go up.
The amount of money Hessel has is astonishing.
Hessel brings over a nice bottle to the table, and it goes up 12 gold, 3 silver pieces.
Oh.
Alright then.
Damn.
Well, for the table it is.
So it's still early afternoon, right?
Yes, it's roughly 3
it's
p.m.
like 3.
Okay. Are there any of the West Wind things nearby?
No, you haven't seen any.
Oh shit.
Dragons hate wind.
Noted. Dragons do not break wind. Wait, dragons do break wind.
You do, however, when you're looking, there's a. Ooh, what was that?
What just happened?
That sounded meaty.
Unless someone popped like a thumb, but like like the base of a thumb. You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah, I do know
it
what you
wasn't a thumb. It was my neck.
Oh,
That was your neck.
Oh no!
That was
You,
neck.
you said
That was your
something.
neck.
I
He's
twisted-
dead now.
You said something, and it made me turn my head, and then it's like, because it's like, what?
It sounded like
And
you
my
fucking
neck-
snapped 3 Slim Jims.
Dude, that was meaty as hell.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
gross, Alex.
wonderful.
It also just so happens that Discord decided to turn off my noise suppression right around when that happened.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Honestly, unfortunately.
Discord noise. Yeah, that was wonderful. Also, if the stream can see, I have finally figured out the dimensions I needed to remove from Ivar's token, so he no longer has that pesky little white line.
Oh, I like my white line.
Well, too bad. It annoyed the shit out of
I
me.
named him Charles.
Well, he's still there. He's
It's a thorn in my
White
side.
line that you had to write your token, Charles.
he,
Oh, no,
he,
that was all made
I know you made that up, but that's funny. That's a
he's
hilarious thing to say.
he's still there. He's just hiding behind the green that lets me.
Oh, that Charles would do that.
Can I make a bad decision?
Oh, no.
Sure.
When I come down, can I just start drinking out of the Helena flask?
Oh no, because she's got the thing in there. No.
What?
I forgot what's in there.
I remember. I want to see if
It's
Brandon remembers. Don't tell him. I want to see if he remembers.
Well, no, that's
I mean-
stupid.
Let me see.
We'll give him like 3 minutes.
Man, was I here for this?
Yes, you were.
Yeah.
Here for this.
Let me pull up.
What the?
Betty filled her flask with
Yeah,
one
she
of the
did.
D100 items, and
Oh,
it was
I remember.
yeah. And she's gonna drink it now because she's in a new city and we're on off time.
You're an animal.
Yes, I see it. It is the
It was
The
one of
copperhead.
dangerous ones.
Yes, it
Yeah.
was.
Oh, okay.
Which dangerous one? I do not remember.
It was the copperhead.
the
Yep.
copperhead.
Yeah. Let me pull up exactly the wording on the copperhead. All right. Yeah. All right. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
All right. Betty doesn't know what's in it. She doesn't know.
Did you just like do this at the as you like floated down, or did you do this at our table?
At the table.
Yeah, she came,
Okay.
sat down at the table, pulled out her little flask, took a sip.
We'll see what happens.
An acrid ale with a burn and a scent of pennies
Oh,
comes
so
out of the thing. It somehow tastes good, but yeah, your tongue goes numb and the sides of your beak sort of like you sort of begin to just chatter incessantly, not able to keep your mouth keep your mouth still, but you don't suffer any of the other negative effects.
Nice.
You know those perfectly fine drinks right here, right? You didn't need to poison yourself again.
I just had one in my. I just had one in my pocket.
I got a strip of
You should
cloth
clean
here.
out your pockets.
Yeah, actually, you really should. Yeah,
It's
go
like
into the
step
pocket.
one of like any sort of bathing routine. What do I have on me?
I thought that was laundry.
I just wanted to get a random drink. I didn't think it was gonna be that one.
But you order a drink. You don't drink what's in your pocket. That's for later.
It's for never really. Once it's in your pocket for like any amount of time, you might as well throw it away.
I would like to formally disagree with you.
What?
Or
What do
are
you
your
mean?
pockets empty right now, Hassel?
Literally,
I-
the things I keep in my pocket, I drink
I
on
empty
in
my
combat.
pockets to reveal no drinks.
I empty my pockets to reveal 3 drinks.
You know what? I'm not the weird one here.
I disagree on that as well, but I'm gonna go back to drinking my ale.
Yeah, and the
Alright.
basic ale here is pretty good.
I top off my glass after hearing this.
Just like full like wine mom, like you get it like all the way to the brim.
God, no.
So what's their specialty here? Like I know they have wine, but what is their specialty of their drink?
Let me. Oh no! I accidentally moved our map that's on the screen.
Oh no.
Also, I would like to point out I am in between 1 and 3, or no, 0 and 3. I have 1. I am the middle child of the members.
We just went over this. There's no middle children.
There's no middle children.
You either
There's
are, or
al-
you aren't.
There's older, and then there's the 2 younger. You know.
And there's older, and then the hand-me-down.
Let me see.
And then the new one.
All right, you know what? It's absolutely a phenomena at this point. While Brandon's looking that up, my cat only wants attention and to play when playing D&D. I've been up until midnight before playing just any other game, but she's the one time where she dragged the feather stick over to me and be like, "You, wing this around like a fishing rod, please."
I just found a Twitter account that just says every Beanie Baby.
Do those not still go for like crazy amounts of money?
Yeah, some of them do. There's like the Princess Diana bear goes for nuts.
Yeah, some of them do, but not in the way that people who were buying Beanie Babies thought they would.
Okay, yeah, because like I always look at Beanie Babies like, oh, that'd be cute for like my kid one day. And you have to play with that. They can drool on it a little bit. No big deal. It happens. But then people are like, no, the collector's
If I
items.
put
Like,
in
you have
Princess
lost my
Diana,
mind.
the first thing that comes up is death, but the second thing that comes up is Beanie Baby.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that suggests to me is that you probably need to clear your cache.
I do not like the mental image that popped into my head of a Princess Diana death Beanie Baby.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, oh, that was a thought.
That's a terrible.
Yeah, was not happy with myself on that one, but there it is.
So there's sort of 3 house drinks here. It's there's a lovely spiked tea that they have here. Called Dragon Crisp cider, and then there's the second one, and then the third is Dragon's Heart whiskey. Those are their 3 like in-house, like these are our specialty drinks.
I was gonna go with the tea until he said the whiskey. And that one just sounds cooler.
I love that small batch homebrew whiskey.
We'll do that one.
Dragon's Heart with whiskey. 4 silver pieces for a shot.
Okay.
Not a bad price comparatively.
Compared to the 12 gold for a bottle of wine.
I mean,
That's the medium bottle of
wine.
wine.
For my ale.
Yeah, 3 silver pieces for a hearty ale too. It's like a fair yeah. It's a dragonborn size like stout like Stein.
That is
So-
yep. All right, that'll do me.
Goodness.
I'm happy
That's
about that.
Yeah, it's about 40% more than you normally expect from when you
Yeah,
order on.
That's a cheap ass shot right there.
I've told you guys about the time I didn't know how to comprehend milliliters, right? I was
No,
ordering
I still
sake
don't.
and
Yeah,
I
oh
was ordering
yes.
sake and I ordered like 750 milliliters, thinking, oh, that's probably
No.
an acceptable size, and then I got this like wine bottle sized bottle of sake.
Yep.
And I was
Yeah,
like, no
that's
way,
a liter and a half,
absolutely
is it
not.
Yeah.
It's 3/4 of a liter.
it's 3/4 of a
3/4
liter.
liter?
Yeah.
See,
I
still
don't
can't do that.
know how big a liter is.
Yeah.
1,000 milliliters.
Literally, you could tell me that a liter is the
tens.
I don't do
You
brain
could
well.
tell me that a liter is the same size as a 20-ounce Coke bottle, and I would believe you.
Hey, Matt, have you ever had any of those large Nalgene bottles?
What is Nalgene?
Yes.
The water bottle.
That's
That's
Yes.
a liter.
Okay.
But it's
But
like
see,
they're just multiples of 10. That's why the metric
Rose,
system's great.
Rose, I don't have a point of reference.
Yeah.
Literally, I'm so bad at spatial awareness that not even the Imperial
No,
system, the system I grew up with, works for me.
I completely agree with that. Someone can sit there and be like, hey, guess what? 300 meters that way or 300 yards that way? I'll be like, ah.
If
I mean,
turn
to
the
be fair, if
camera,
someone said
will it
300
show up
yards-
on stream or no?
If someone said 300 yards that way, I'd
And
fucking
you
do it.
what now?
If I turn on the camera, will it show up on stream? Because I
No,
okay.
No.
because I'm not capturing anything from Discord other than audio.
Nope, not that. This.
Are you just putting up a pop bottle?
Am
You
I
are
gonna
just putting up a pop
am I gonna be
bottle.
insulted
That's a
by the
liter?
fact that I don't know
Yeah.
things
This
right
is
now?
a
That seems really small.
It's
This is a
wider than
liter.
yeah,
Hold up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is it
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
but yeah.
Liter.
Yeah, that's a liter.
But yeah, my
Okay.
spatial issues are one of many reasons why I don't drive.
To be fair, if someone tells
Yes,
me
I get it, Alex. I get it, Alex.
if someone tells me
You will
to
get
go
it
a
all.
yard in any direction, I don't know what they want from me.
Just take a step.
Yeah,
a wide step.
take
Yeah.
a
A
step,
yard is 3 feet.
putting your feet directly in front of each other, and do that 3 times, and you're done. That's
that
a
makes
yard.
no goddamn sense.
Welcome to my life.
Yeah.
I hate it.
America.
A yard is supposed to be a walking step, but it's not really.
It's
Oh.
not, because most people take steps that are not a fucking yard wide.
What? Just doing it in tens is way easier.
Nah,
Rose?
36, baby.
Rose, the imperial system was made by people who couldn't read.
Yeah.
I
The
know.
metric system was made by academics.
I understand. It's 2022. You can let it go. It doesn't need to be this way anymore.
You're
I-
probably talking to the people that are actually able to do that.
Nope.
Like
Nope,
I
can't,
work.
I can't comprehend either.
Yeah,
That's a separate
Rose,
problem.
Rose, here's the thing. Even if I were to suddenly mentally shift to metric system, sorry about the sneeze. I still would have the same problem, because then you just get into the I am bad at spatial awareness thing.
Do you know how much money we have to spend in order to make specific measurements for you people?
Yes,
Yes.
You
I
realize
know
a
not
lot.
exactly, but I
Guess
know it's a
what?
lot.
You know what's the most confounding thing I've been told in my life?
What?
What?
For those who do know me, is someone look at me and going, guess what? We're gonna move 2 clicks that direction, and then engage a target 300 meters this direction. I was like, wait, what? And then my brain went, oh wait, hold up, what's that? It was like, shut up, you. It's gonna be 100 yards. And I went, what?
Oh.
The fact that I had to deal with both on a very regular basis hurts me.
So I drink the whiskey.
Yes.
Yes.
The whiskey,
Back
forget the math.
to
Yes.
spatial rationale,
Yeah.
or no, away from it, rather.
Yes. A very nice little like crystalline shot glass with a like a silver or like a pewter bottom is set in front of you with this deep, almost red liquid.
Wow.
It's it's got this almost chilly note to it.
Ooh.
Wait a minute. I thought you couldn't taste capsaicin.
She's an Aarakocra, she can.
Oh, okay.
It just doesn't it doesn't kill her.
Well, no, because
Alright, moving on.
Alright,
Okay.
I've been told I'm wrong. That's okay.
it's fine. Hey, you don't explode.
I drinky the liquid.
All right, you drink the liquid. It's like it has these notes of like almost like a cinnamon whiskey, but it's got this like chili pepper flair at the end that sort of sticks to your throat as it goes down.
So Fireball Special Edition.
Sure.
Wait, that's
I don't know if that's a thing, but
Oh, I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's a semi-sweet, like woody whiskey with this like chili aftertaste.
Or Ivar,
Yeah,
if I drink one of those potions that you have, what is that gonna do to me?
nothing. Or it might kill you. I'm honestly not sure.
She's looking at it. She's thinking about it.
I'm gonna put those all back in my pocket right now.
Yeah.
No, I'm. As you go to do that, I'm gonna try and grab one.
I stab you in the hand.
Uh huh.
All right, first, Betty, make I'll say sleight of hand check.
Okay, this is gonna be very bad, by the way.
oh my goodness.
Pretty sure I have a dagger on me. Hold up. I actually might not have a dagger on me.
Oh yeah, she goes to grab it, but she is so slow, Ivar.
Oh, never mind.
You put all three away and fasten the clasps before she gets her hand all the way across the table. You might be thinking that magical drink might have had more of effect on her than she thought. She's effectively at like 75% her normal speed at the moment.
Look at her and be like, no touch.
Just sit back and kind of grunt. I mean,
Drink your whiskey, bird.
what is the worst thing that's gonna happen if I do that? Really?
I would actually like to think about this. What is the worst thing that would happen if she drank any of these?
You can make more, right?
Make either. I'll say make
definitely make
an Arcana check.
Ooh, would this have advantage because these are my brews?
No, I'm gonna say no. This is just
Okay.
this is something that they always sort of gloss over. So
Oh. No.
yeah,
Glossed over it.
yeah. You know their toxicity. You know a lot of these things will like take the bark off of a tree if it like falls on it, or like remove the varnish from a table if you spill it.
Oh my
But
god.
so you figure it's bad for like peel the paint off of something painted new.
Oh my god.
Like yeah, they're not.
There's acetone.
They're not great. They're either acidic or basic to all hell, depending on which brew you have. Like not fit for human consumption sort of levels of stuff. You know that, but you have no clue what they'll do to someone who's not used to it. You know they still burn and hurt when they go down in you. So
Yeah, that shit's unpleasant.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna like, yeah. It might kill you. It might. For all I know, I have no idea what's gonna do to you at all. Worst case scenario, yeah, it just fucking kills you.
You know that they probably won't gain any benefits from it unless it's heavily modified. I'll say that with a 9.
I will not relay that because I feel like if I do, she'll be tempted to try anyway.
I mean, she's tempted to try even though you said no, so.
I don't care. They're back in the
You
pocket.
will.
Sit my ale. I'm assuming at this point I probably finished penning the last monster hunt.
Yes,
know what?
yeah.
Following this conversation, I'm just gonna come to an agreement on behalf of the group. Pin this. Conversation's done. Betty does not get revived next time.
Are we all making proclamations now? We've only been gone a few hours.
What do you mean this time?
I mean, next time if she dies, that's it.
No.
We're not bringing her back.
Was the house not the first time?
The house?
Yeah, she went through
The ghost
freaking
house.
no-go zone and died. You not
Oh
remember
no,
this?
there was time before that.
I wasn't here.
Well,
when it happened.
no, yeah,
That
he's.
wasn't a death though.
That seemed pretty dead to me.
Was she revived there? I don't actually remember.
No,
I
she
had-
she like
I
came
s-
back.
I scratched out the rune and she popped back up.
The dungeon master didn't want to kill 2 people.
Regardless, I think we're at the point where we can't coddle her, right? She's a grown bird. If she gets herself killed, that's on her.
I mean, fair, but at the same time, don't want to.
You can only handhold for so long. At this point, it's a disservice how much we baby her.
I don't know. She's wrecked some major face already.
You know what, Betty? Drink one.
Just gotta.
Willow's gonna sit down
Take
and
the
not
world
even
by
look at the
storm.
menu yet, and just gawk at what's about to happen.
Oh god.
Take the world by storm.
Take the world by storm.
Here's where I disagree with you.
Alright.
She has probably the highest kill count that I've seen of us so far in this group, so losing her would be a severe detriment to our hitting power.
Detriment?
Yes. Is that not a word I
Detriment.
can use?
Detriment.
but-
Detriment.
Oh,
thing.
detriment. Sorry.
Here's
Detriment.
the thing. Look around us.
Yeah.
I see like 6 people I think that are stronger than all of us combined.
Okay. Are they smarter than us?
Most likely not.
Yeah.
Are they more
I'm
experienced than
I'm
us?
kind of batting 100 up
Absolutely
here. Tap
not.
my forehead.
You look around. The people around you look, for the most part, I would say, like these all look like or are look more weathered than like even the most veterans of the Monster Hunters Guild at the moment. These people look like they've weathered a few storms.
Grading yourself off other people is kind of a poor decision. Just because other people may be hitting harder doesn't mean they're part of our group or willing to work with us.
Money talks, man.
Money may talk, but money also doesn't buy loyalty and usefulness.
Or silence.
Neither does the bird that's trying to steal your drinks.
Well, I mean, just because you reach for them doesn't mean you drink them. And I'm hoping, glaring at the bird, that she'll heed my warning that it might fucking kill her. Granted, if she drinks these and dies, then I guess my point's been I guess your point's been proven, and I've been.
You know what? Let's make a bet.
Don't we already have a bet?
What was our last bet's contingent on us returning to Jin Springs, right?
I don't remember.
Because it was about Jerry's.
None of us remember.
It was about Jerry's upwards ladder
Oh,
in the
right,
guarding
yes.
ladder.
Yeah.
Whether or not he grows to be anything more than just a guy who sits in that guardhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we
And
can't
you're
have 2 bets at
proposed-
once.
Yeah, I was gonna say we gotta have it. Well, one must be settled first.
Right.
Well, which one do you think will be settled first, Betty or Jessen?
I think Jerry's got this.
Who's Jetson?
So rude. But Betty, word from the wise than you. Please consider that you've already had one experience with interesting concoctions today. You might not want to have any more.
I mean, that was my choice though.
It was unfortunate about that.
Do that.
My
Well,
My
what
point
was-
about choice, though, is that it's not your choice to take someone else's stuff.
I mean, it is. It's just if I get caught, then it's a problem.
And that's the crux of our issue here.
Yeah.
If you're just saying this, then we can't trust you with anything, Betty.
I mean, let's be real. I gotta get these fucking ghosts to do whatever the fuck they gotta do.
What does that have to do with these drinks?
And if I die, I can't do that.
How's this? This might work better for you. You're loyal to your pirate crew. No?
Yeah.
For the time being.
Maybe let's not drop that word so loud right now, huh?
Pirate crew, point being crew. Correct?
Yeah.
Technically, at the moment, we are in fact your crew.
Well, I mean, yes, that's what I've considered you up until now.
Therefore, stealing from us is kind of, a detriment to your crew.
They're
Yep.
pirates. I don't know that holds up.
I believe it
Nope,
does.
that
hold
is
up.
wait, that is actually against the code. And also, I wasn't stealing if I just actively take it from you in front of you.
Exactly.
That is theft.
That is not theft.
Right.
No, it's
you're not.
it's
You're
still
actually
theft.
correct. It's not theft. It's robbery,
Exactly.
That's.
which is the same thing, by the way.
Oh.
They're synonyms.
Wait a minute. I don't care. Anyway. Point being is, I don't think that's going to be a concern. I
Betty,
said,
as someone
don't take
who
my drink, therefore, not going to take my drink.
Betty, as someone who exists purely off of loopholes and wordplay, you're not going to weasel yourself out of this one. Theft and robbery, or snatching, or pickpocketing, or whatever you want to call it, is all.
I mean, I think if someone's aware of it, it's far more honorable.
No,
They can still do something about it.
Right. Honorable or not, code's code. What are you talking about? Why am I arguing your code for you? If you want to break your rules, I don't really care, to be honest. Actually, yeah. Why do we even care about this?
I don't know.
Where's Saywin?
You wanted to make a bet.
I don't know. I heard
Owen
something about
is-
the wings.
Zaywin is trying to bond with the lizard she bought last session.
Mm-hmm.
Is it at the table?
Um,
I believe that the Saywin would still be in her room with this at the moment.
It's at the table.
So
It's at the table.
yeah, make me a animal handling check.
all right.
The DC is a little lower, but let's see. Okay.
11.
It bites you once.
It is a little nippy. You might have to get have to train your little friend to not nip at you so much, but
If you get bit enough, you'll be immune.
they
I don't think that's how piercing damage works.
You'll be immune because you're dead.
what's that old meme? Shoot yourself with smaller bullets so that you're immune to larger ones.
Start with small calibers like 22 LR, like 22 LR.
Yeah.
Go get the 50 BMG.
Yeah. But yeah. They seem a little nervous. They don't seem to too happy at the moment, but it just might be them, getting used to a new environment. Yeah. It'll take them some time.
Probably I'll go down to the to the main part of the inn and try and get some food
Mhm.
for it.
Oh, there she
You
is.
buy food?
We're killing time until dinner.
I'll,
Which I
I'll
think was like 3 hours away from when we got here. So
Yeah,
if
yeah.
well,
Willow's here,
well
it's now.
at this point, because if Willow's there, then she would have been done
Yeah.
copying spells.
Alright, going back to the pie, why'd you do that? Why me?
Do you want the full answer or do you want the simple answer?
The full answer would be nice.
He was asking for something that I wasn't willing to give, and I had to think quickly. And unfortunately, circumstances aligned where the only reasonable alternative was to surprise someone with a prank.
You know what? Speaking of theft, Willow.
Oh no.
You know what's worse than stealing items from somebody?
What?
Stealing agency.
What are you on about?
I'm
Nothing. I'm
aware.
just trying to turn this on Willow.
No.
No, you don't have to turn it on me. I've been upset with myself ever since I struck that deal. I would have taken it Yes, I would have taken it myself if I had thought it would have been an equivalent exchange. Unfortunately, I don't think it would have been. And likely would have had to pay substantially more. But believe me when I say that was the better alternative than what was initially put on the table.
Alright, so you're valuing your life better than mine.
I mean, your
No.
life. You turn into a flower for a minute.
Well, I mean, she didn't
And
want to be
to
subjected
be
to it, but
clear-
she's saying that it was an equivalent exchange.
Right. So that's more what I'm confused about. Honestly,
Yeah.
that couldn't have been of any real value to him. So I'm wondering what the exchange was.
Betty, remember when we were all first getting to know each other? And and you rescued me from that horrific iceberg spider thing.
Oh, yeah.
And you said that I owed you.
And then I rescinded it.
And then you allowed for it to be forgiven. He wanted that, but with no strings attached, a favor he could call upon at any time for any magnitude. And I did not want to give that, because that's a lot to give.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but
I don't think it's really that much. What favor is a shopkeeper that you're never gonna see again gonna ask you?
No, it's not like that. Because if he called upon me to fulfill that debt, I would have to. It's simple as that.
I mean, you can just say no.
No,
Like, literally. You
no, I
you can just be
can't.
like, no.
No, my saying no to the deal before it was struck, to the offer, was saying if I had taken that offer, I would have been bound to it.
Now,
Or
now
you
Willow,
can just not
I'm just gonna say
deliver
something outright.
on it.
I don't know if there's something different about how things work back home, but that is not true. You can lie to people.
No,
I would
well,
recommend it, actually.
You know what?
Perhaps-
Let's test it.
go on.
Willow, may I have a favor that I will cash upon in the next 30 seconds that does not involve you standing up from this table?
Within the next 30 seconds, all right. And
Slap
we'll
yourself in the face.
I do it.
Wait, no, you're supposed to not do it.
I don't think
Oh.
she understood that part of the conversation, but that
It was a test to see if it killed you or something. What are you talking about? You can just lie to people.
Oh, all right. Let's try it again.
I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like that result was inconclusive. You should do that again.
Yeah. May I have a
Oh.
favor that I could redeem in the next 30 seconds that does not involve you having to stand up from this table?
Yes.
All right, slap Betty in the face.
Okay. I'm going to try and not do that.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Yup. Alrighty. Let's see. Okay, that's a +5.
You say this, and even faster than when she slapped herself, she reaches out and slaps Betty.
You can probably see like her other hand tries to stop.
But he's like, oh, I think that was just motivated. Would you stop Staywin?
I wouldn't ask her to slap Saywin. Saywin doesn't deserve it.
It's not. It's a compulsion. It's not intentional.
So it's an addiction.
No, it's not an addiction.
I don't know.
It's the way things are done.
This could just be some rather thorough mental conditioning.
I mean,
All right,
It's not off the table, to be honest.
just to press us forward here, because otherwise we're gonna be watching people slap Betty all night. Which I'm not horribly against, might I add.
Betty would just
What do we plan on
hilarious.
talking to this guy about tomorrow?
Well, one, don't know if we're talking to him tomorrow,
Oh,
Oh.
I thought we were.
or if at
Well-
all.
I mean, don't they send it
The
higher?
way it was phrased, we're just to wait until the meeting and we'll be called upon. There's no time frame given.
All right.
And given that this dragon operates on the course of hundreds, if not thousands of years, it might take a couple days.
But as for what, I just have a series of questions about our mutual target, about some whisperings that I've heard,
Okay.
V-
But why
variety
here?
of things.
Actually, before this, Saywin, bring your food here at this table.
It's not for me. It's for your pet.
I'm bringing a pet.
Yeah, bring the pet.
It's a bit skittish right now.
I mean, just put him in your jacket or
Well
something.
then,
You can see.
It's skittish.
Betty, your face is really hard.
I have a fucking beak.
Does that nullify my statement?
No, but I'm just. I don't know why you're surprised.
Well, I've never had to slap you before.
I mean, you didn't have to slap me.
That is true.
Try something other than slapping.
Maybe it was something too easy.
Yeah, let's try this
Try
again.
something other than slapping. Try giving me a task that I, in my right mind, would never voluntarily do.
Okay,
Oh,
Willow.
wait, hold up.
can you-
I got this.
Oh,
Oh, no.
alright.
I take out one of my potions.
Oh!
Alright, Willow, will you offer me and not Ivar a favor to redeem in the next 30 seconds that does not involve standing up from this table in any way?
Yes, because Ivar's option scares me.
Alright.
Oh boy.
Willow. Relinquish your spellbook to me.
Oh, goodness.
Make a
I'm
wisdom
going
saving
to...
throw with advantage.
Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna place this spellbook
And
on
I
the
didn't
table.
bring it up because technically they'd be sort of hostile that last check, but Betty is also here. So you do have that charisma bonus as well.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah. 2d20, KH1
Plus 4.
plus 9.
Plus 9. Plus 5 plus 9.
Oh!
Oh my god!
You kidding me?
Wow.
Wow.
Dude, this is lore. We believe this.
Even the dice now.
Yeah,
What?
you watch as she puts the book down, and there's just this like glaze over her eyes, and her arms just stick out forward in front of her with the book towards you, Hazel.
I take it to see if she changes afterwards.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to fight releasing it from her grasp.
Oh my god, Hessel, give me that back, please.
Wow.
Huh.
I think we need to
That
take her to the
wasn't
hospital.
normal. I think this is actually a thing.
I think we need to take her to the hospital.
I don't think she's pretending.
Of course I'm not! I can't lie! I have not told you a single lie this entire time!
That seems unnecessarily stressful on your life.
Well, usually, other people are bound by the same rules. It is incredibly stressful now!
Alright. Willow. I relinquish this spell book back to you on the condition that you can never betray me.
I
On this
counter,
plane. If we get to the Feywild, honestly, it's whatever, to be honest.
counter,
I accept death.
I counter, Hessel, that perhaps you relinquish my spellbook to me on the grounds that I never betray you without good cause.
Who determines good I don't care.
Okay.
All right, and I take my spellbook back,
Yeah.
and
Wow. All right then. That was a thing.
I mean, we almost get to see the potion thing too. That would have been neat.
Yeah,
I'll
that
throw
was
it
gonna
back
happen.
in my pocket.
There's no way I was gonna let that happen.
That's
see, I
probably kill her.
I
negotiated.
wasn't gonna let it happen either. It was supposed to be the alternative that if she didn't listen or try to lie.
I mean, you
Wanna
look
see how
pretty
far
eager.
they go. I wasn't gonna
You
let
look
that
pretty
happen.
eager.
See, I will happily make that threat and lie about it.
Well,
Just amazed that you rolled 3 1 in a roll.
Roll 20 new.
That's some wild dice there.
This is on the same level as the
Oh,
rolls
they
I was
impressed the
making for
genie
this
thing. Yeah.
for the genie thing.
You might want to clear your cache. That was disgusting.
Oh, but it's so,
I don't know.
it
I
was
feel
so
like
well
if she clears it now, there might be another one waiting in the banks.
I'm gonna roll another 2d20. Look!
Okay, yeah.
I roll normal when I'm not role playing, doing something that's legit. Like,
Alright.
That was amazing.
I'm going to assume it's getting close. I'm gonna order a
Pizza.
multi-dish
Fine, I'll
meal
buy
for the
pizza, I will
table.
kill you.
Okay. So the there are three main dishes for tonight. There is a boar meat and berry stew. There's abyssal chicken minced pies, and there's a whole roast velociraptor.
Okay, did you say abyssal or bissel? Like, one is
Abyssal.
a vacuum cleaner and one is like
A-
a plane of existence.
A bisal chicken. Abyssal chickens. Minced pies.
If I'm not
I'm gonna order
horribly mistaken.
I'm gonna order a platter of each so that the table can eat
Okay.
whatever they wish.
So, alright.
And
Well,
I'll ping Saywin through the earring in case Saywin is feeding the pet to say,
Saywin
"Alright,
is-
come down for dinner."
Someone's bringing the
yeah.
lizard in the
Okay,
cage
you bring it?
down.
Alright.
So,
I mean, you can have Crest look after him too.
the boar stew and the abyssal chickens feed one each. The roast velociraptor feeds like 6.
I mean,
Because it's
fucking-
essentially a small or a medium turkey that's like plated
but
at
it's
the
a
center of your table.
velociraptor.
But it's a velociraptor.
You know what? Actually, that's funnier if everyone has to eat that. I don't get the other things.
Okay.
oh, come on.
I mean, this is not
I
affecting
mean, I
me
will
whatsoever.
happily eat that.
Also, just gonna say, boar and berry pie sounds amazing.
I feel like that could either, depending on how it's done, that could either be very good or horrific.
Nah, I bet I could make it.
You could
I can
fuck
make one.
that up real bad.
You could fuck it up really badly, but I bet that I, in real life, could make a version of that is good.
This
So-
I do not doubt, but I'm just saying I feel like this could be fucked up royally if you order
I also
it. That's
like
a
order
chance.
just like fruits and stuff because thinking back, Hessel is not sure if he's ever seen Willow eat meat.
Willow has eaten some meat, but she doesn't eat a ton of it.
So
So-
yeah,
So just with the boar and berry pie, I'm just picturing like a shepherd's pie with boar and blueberries in it, and it actually
I
sounds
was
really
picturing
good.
like dried fruits.
I think like
um,
Saskatoon berries.
yeah, it's like it's
What
a
is a Saskatoon berry?
Oh my god, you don't know what
Saskatoon.
Saskatoon berries
no,
are.
Rose. We are not
Oh my
Oh my
Canadian.
god! I'm
That's like going to the Middle East and going, can I get your finest selection of gooseberries? They're gonna go, how dare you call my mother that?
the fuck you mean what a Saskatoon berry is?
I literally.
Oh, because it's from the fucking Pacific Northwest.
Anyways, yes. So a massive platter that takes up the majority of the table, with a cooked and prepared roast velociraptor. The skull is left on top of the chest of the velociraptor. All of the entirety of the face has been removed, and it's just the skull. It sits atop of the chest of this, equivalent to like a 15-pound turkey. Like in size, it doesn't have nearly as much meat on it as a turkey, so it's sort of just a lot of like rib area. But there's enough meat for everyone to have a good full meal, and it comes with, a side of like these, roast potatoes, carrots. That's sort of just a medley of vegetables, roast corn, and some stuff to make a salad if you wish, but left as sort of just like a garnish. Yeah, that's brought out to the table for as it's set down for 20 gold pieces.
Do they have any Saskatoon bears?
We do not have Saskatoon bears.
Saskatoon as a place does not exist.
Why?
You know damn well why.
Are you saying that as like a blanket statement, or are you saying that in D&D? Because I could see both.
Oh, in D&D.
Saskatoon's a very small
Saskatoon
place.
also doesn't exist in real life. I don't.
I cannot cast judgment on that because I am from a very small place.
Saskatoon has 300,000 people in it.
That's larger than the place where I was born.
Nice.
By like an order of magnitude.
Yeah, but your place doesn't have a berry named after it.
It doesn't.
No. The roast velociraptor also comes with a bread pudding with goat cheese and the side of grilled onions and carrot. But
I've never had a savory bread pudding.
A proper feast is brought to the table. You're not the only troop that's ordered the roast velociraptor, and after about 45 minutes or so, they get told that all of the velociraptors have been ordered for the night. To a bunch of grumpy jeers and boos, and the large jade dragon that sits atop his hoard that looks down at the bar has, calm down, everybody. We have plenty of other food. We'll see if we can get some more. Anybody upset by this can have a tea on the house, and everyone sort of like calms down. I'll brew it myself. And you watch as he shrinks from this like 35-foot long dragon into this a slightly green-skinned, probably 7.5, 8 foot tall, portly man, bald head, sort of rubs the hair behind his ears and goes and enters the kitchen doors.
Oh, damn, I'll take a dragon tea.
You want to order one of the Iro's spiced teas?
Fuck it, why not?
Absolutely, let's go. 2 teas.
Okay,
Fuck it, I want more alcohol.
there are 6
I
flavors.
don't think this is an alcohol. I think this is a tea.
Oh, this is a hard tea, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a hard tea.
Oh, this is a hard tea.
Yeah. There's the flavors are strong sakura, delicate dragon fruit, let me hang on.
Things that the DM forgot.
Because if you don't say Jasmine, I'm gonna be upset with you.
Of course he's got to say Jasmine.
Composed chai,
I'm upset with you.
jasmine infused iced tea,
I'm no longer upset with you.
a whimsical winter wiles, and a charming chamomile.
I think you damn well know which one I'm ordering.
The jasmine infused iced tea.
Just a little bit, yes.
Okay.
I'm intrigued by whimsical winter wilds just because that tells me nothing.
No.
Has Betty ever had a dragon fruit before?
Probably not. No.
I'll have that.
She's like, is this a fruit only for dragons?
Does this fruit turn me into a
This
dragon?
legitimately might be the thought process. We're in a dragon city.
Saywood is just very distracted by the new lizard.
Also, it's whimsical winter white tea. Sorry, I read my note wrong.
Oh, okay, wilds, yeah.
Oh, white tea is very good.
White tea is very good. I will take some white tea.
I mean, I always like berry tea anyways, so or
I've
fruit
not
tea.
had a white
so.
tea in a time.
I'm a fruit tea bitch.
Listen, fruit teas are every tea has its place, as far as I'm concerned. But it's been a while since I've had a white tea. In fact, actually, I just bought some Genmaichi today that I'll probably have at some point during this stream.
Oh man. We're talking about tea. My favorite's this black tea that's got some orange in it. Ooh, really good. Also works really well for iced tea.
Yeah, black tea is really great for iced tea. You can do green tea, but it's a little harder.
Yeah. But yes, these teas are brought out to you as part of your meal. They are a gold apiece, but they are some very nice they're bigger than normal glasses of tea from what you've had, but they're not like egregious. Betty, yours is a like deep, like semi-translucent red colored tea. Smells a bit like honey. Sort of the closest scent profile you can get out of it. The white tea has a little bit of a citrus undertone to it. But you can smell like a stronger spirit underneath it. And the jasmine infused tea has this like light mild pink tint to like a brown tea.
Oh yes.
It's like if you took a single drop of like red food dye into like a black tea.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does the Tobikadachi eat raptor?
It's meat. Yeah, he eats meat. You can feed him strips. But yeah, this is a well prepared dragon spit roasted velociraptor. It's cooked well in and out. Still juicy. But food is in front of you.
I'm gonna take some of the raptor and also try and feed some of the raptor to the lizard.
Okay.
I need to come up with a name for this guy.
Make a animal handling check with advantage because you have food now.
I don't know. Should he be eating the sauce though?
It'll be fine, probably.
Who cares? It's a monster.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sure it has a good
See,
stomach.
The little lizard seems much more enraptured by gaining your attention because you are feeding it small scraps of velociraptor, and it hasn't had good, well prepared meat in a while. So
Oh, poor baby.
it's expensive to feed animals well prepared food.
Just ask those penguins.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, now back onto a topic previously brought up. I look at Willow. What are we talking about in this meeting exactly? Beyond just general I'm old.
Mm. Well
Is there
played,
something
Juliet.
you want to get out of it?
Yes, information.
Oh.
On
Well, obviously, the sort of target of our grander search of long forgotten sea caves,
sure.
as well as perhaps why Ivar and I are walking among us, and well, sort of putting out eyes for how I'm going to get home.
All right. And that's about it.
Oh, there's some smaller things too. When they were interrogating me, they mentioned some names that I'm curious about, and also I'd like to get some form of official identification for travel purposes because mine presumably disintegrated ages ago.
I mean, I don't think you need it.
Um,
We need papers for travel.
I mean, I've always had them. I mean,
Probably
what-
will in the next few months, to be honest.
I was like,
No one
I've
bothered
never
me.
have.
You live
And
a
then-
slightly different life than the rest of us, especially myself. So
In the next few months, it'll probably be a necessity, though.
yes, things seem to be getting rather tense.
Yeah, they're gonna stop letting just whoever they want dock. It'll start being a bit more investigative a process, I think.
But I mean, moreover, you exist as a person, even if that existence is outside of any legal representation.
Mhm.
I don't. I'm a citizen of another plane, and
Right, and Betty's a
My-
citizen of nothing.
Betty's a citizen of nothing. However, she is known on this. I'm not.
That
I-
puts
there's
you
a
in a
reason
better
that-
position, I hope you understand.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Eh,
that actually
perhaps,
sounds like it puts
but
you in a better position.
perhaps,
on
but
what
I'm
I
a little bit
recently-
sick of. I'm a little bit sick of having to justify everything I say.
Wait,
That'll never change.
we have to justify everything we say.
No. Every time I go somewhere, make a claim, try and do something, everybody looks at me like I've
Wait,
got
are you hoping for a
spiders crawling up
badge
my
that says, I am 20 million years old, please listen to me? Like, what are you trying...
No. I
No,
want to be.
I'll
I
tell
want
you
to be
right now,
questioned
it
about
doesn't
one
matter
less
what
thing.
papers you have. Everyone is going to be shocked and unbelieving of your story.
I understand that, but I want to preemptively be questioned on one less thing.
Sure. All right.
I mean, people
I
need
get
to
that.
know. People need to know about your situation in order to do that, and I feel like not a lot of people know about your situation.
Well, that's why I'm going to bypass some bureaucracy. It's
Well,
an old trick I learned. When you want something done and want it done perhaps a bit surreptitiously, you either go to the very bottom or you go to the very top. I'm trying to stay away from the very bottom here because I can't trust any of them.
Yeah, the bottom here is really eating itself right now, so that's probably a good call.
So I'm going to the very top. And I don't expect
That'll
the
be
king
fixed in the next month or two, though, I think, when I get home.
Perhaps that'll be. I'm interested to see how this will play out.
I would describe my investment as slightly more than interest, but yes, I agree.
Well, I know your investment is more than interest, but mine is purely
Some
interest.
might even
Because
say it's life or death.
really now,
I mean, have you
you
been
think
ready?
it'll be that bad?
Well, given what we've learned of this whole cult stuff, probably.
Yeah, that's pretty fair after fighting.
I mean, you don't
what-
even know the position that your family's on, though. Like, You know they're a part of it, but you don't know exactly why.
Doesn't really matter why when you're trading in war. Regardless of the side you're on, it's the wrong one.
And I mean, from watching interactions between these people and also versus your interactions with Griff, it appears as if the family's a bit split.
Yeah. Regardless, that is probably like a month and a half, 2 months down, sailing wise.
Oh,
We
good.
have
That's something to look forward to.
Other topics on hand right now, like this meeting, and all of your criteria should be rather easy to meet. We shouldn't even really have to negotiate, to be honest. I think just an information spill will get us what we want on that front.
Hopefully.
Assuming, of course, the good king is kind and just.
I mean, I remember hearing. I mean, obviously he was well feared, but not like feared as in raining fire and death from above. It was more like, oh yes, he'll kill you if you cross him, but don't cross him.
All the same.
Granted, that was a while ago, but
Well, general consensus is beloved king, but, well, it's kind of hard to get a different opinion when you live in the place, huh?
I mean, I'm not gonna be a fan of any authority figure.
Unless it's your mom, I guess.
Yeah.
Man, talk about short-sighted, alright? There's much more to the world than your family, Betty, alright?
also I'm an authority figure. Or I was.
Was.
Was?
I think we're all on the same level now.
Oh, wait, no, we knew that. You said you were
Yes,
in the
Pop
court.
still at.
Yeah.
We all met in prison. We're all the same level.
I certainly doubt that.
No.
That's not true. You're quite short, Betty.
I also did not meet any of you in prison.
Oh yes,
I was written.
I guess that makes me a leader because now I am taller than all you socially.
Yep.
Socially, maybe not. Morally, possibly.
Definitely wrong.
Oh,
Never
okay,
mind.
then we're back to
I
even level.
relinquish that. I would like to bring you back to the time I stabbed a tied man to a tied chair to him. Words. Hold up. I stabbed a man in the leg who was tied to a chair.
I don't think anyone was against that, were they?
No.
Regardless,
I mean, I would have gone about it a different way, but it was effective.
I mean,
regardless, the point at the moment is there's a lot more we could be doing with this meeting. Especially if Willow's requests are obliged. Which I expect them to be. Given everything we know about the good king.
I mean, I certainly hope so. That'd be a lot less complicated for us.
Now, I did bring this up before. And I'm hoping we might be able to do some recon now that we're in the actual capital city. And hit up the rumor mill and see just what the populace of the central authority of the empire, the kingdom, are saying about war.
I mean,
because if even the heart of the kingdom is talking about it, then it is sure to come.
I mean, that's not my problem.
It
I've
is,
already
Betty.
addressed to you.
How?
Because, as we pointed out with Willow here, once we're at war, we're not just going to walk up to any dock we want. Every single dock is going to be asking who we are, where we're from, and it's going to come to light very, very quickly who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we plan to live on your little island with your little pirates for the next, 10 years, however long the war takes, we're going to have to do something.
I mean... And do you think that aligning yourself with a nation is a great idea.
I think having a home, a place where we can not fight anyone we come across, is a good idea. Yeah,
All right.
I'd
And do
say
you
it's
think they're gonna
even a
take fucking
genius
pirate?
idea. Unparalleled intellect on
Do
my
you think
part.
they're gonna take a fucking pirate?
I
even
think
if
they'll take
even
what
if
they
in
can
the
get.
situation.
I will say, I may have a bargaining chip because I did not explicitly state what I was asking, only that I was asking things. And I already offered Lord Torrengheth an equivalent value item for what I sought. So
You selling
perhaps
them?
we could get.
You have an equivalent value item on you?
Well, it's the same thing I denied Lotus.
Who?
Shopkeeper.
The pie?
Oh, a favor? You think a favor is gonna get us somewhere here?
Potentially.
Aren't
Who
also
are you
the
right now,
person who
Willow?
was against a favor not 5 minutes ago?
No.
I was against a favor to Lotus, but not.
Yes, but what is your favor gonna mean to the king of this country?
That's up for him to decide. But
I'm gonna go out on a
regardless,
limb and say it's probably like a few copper. He's got a kingdom under his command. You're one wizard who doesn't know anything about the current ongoings of the world. If we're gonna
Perhaps.
say we have a bargaining chip, we probably need something quite a bit heavy.
Perhaps, but if he accepts the bargaining chip, then we'll know because we'll get a meeting. If he doesn't accept the bargaining chip, then it doesn't matter. But if he
Wait,
accepts,
the
I can-
condition of the meeting is you owe him a favor?
yes.
Oh, then this is irrelevant. He's already accepted it. We have a meeting, we just don't know when it's happening.
But regardless, perhaps I can work some arrangement for Betty to get clean papers or something.
Oh, that part's easy. Amnesty is granted all the time if you're beneficial to the kingdom. Do you
That
think
is
none of
true.
these dragons were monsters before things changed like 40 years ago? And yet here they are working together.
That is true. That happened actually to my mentor.
Your mentor?
Oh yes, I was an apprentice court mage. My mentor was from Winter.
Oh, I see. And you fall?
Wait,
Autumn,
Hold on.
yes.
I thought we were hunting
autumn
your
people don't
mentor.
like winter.
What?
I thought we were hunting your mentor.
She's gonna look really wide-eyed at Saywin and then over to Ivar and see if Ivar noticed that.
I'm
He
going to
did now.
tactically ignore that.
The aggressive reaction probably he
Yeah.
does now, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought. I
Well, I
thought
think
you.
Saywin makes a good point.
I thought.
I'm confused.
No.
Wait, are they different people?
Yes, they're different people.
Okay,
Well-
then yeah.
One of them is a literal traitorous snake, and the other one sought refuge in a different kingdom.
Was it too cold back home?
I never really got his reasoning for it, but from all the stories I've ever heard, probably too murdery.
Oh. Alright. Well,
mean, I
then
get angry
similar
when I'm
boat.
cold.
What was that?
She said something about being cold.
No, I said I get angry when I'm cold.
I get angry when I'm cold.
Yeah, okay, then basically identical examples. He got angry in the cold and killed people. She got angry in the cold and was a pirate and killed people. If he can be forgiven, why can't she?
I mean, again, you're
Also, to be honest, it's not about forgiveness. It's about understanding what's at play, I suppose. And
I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, if the deal involves me involving anything to do with my fire family, that's not gonna happen.
your fire fam? Oh,
My
Pirate
pirate family.
Oh, I thought you actually did say fire. I was like, oh wait, isn't that your mom?
Oh, I mean,
No,
it probably
that is
won't.
technically true too, yeah. But
I mean, it probably won't. Let's
I mean, because
outline.
that's really the only valuable thing that I think I could give them is information on my crew or my previous crew, and that's not gonna happen.
Well, I think it doesn't need to happen. I think if we can come to an agreement about something we do for them, such as something we want to do anyways, aka hunt down this chick that we know more than anything else about, then we can be granted free leave to wander under the protection of the kingdom to do said hunting.
Under protection of what appears to be a more than likely neutral party.
All right, and what if I walk in there and that's not enough?
Well then
Well,
you'll
then
probably
I'll
die.
adapt, because I'm great at that. All right, I've never failed a business discussion. All right.
Gonna roll in, then I'm not gonna roll inside on that. I know that's not right.
I'm gonna roll inside on that.
I
Sure.
know that's not correct.
I will. You don't have to say which. You can GR roll me either a persuasion or deception check, Ethel. And we'll
Okay.
see.
All right, going strong. Damn.
Let's see. Let's see what Hessel rolls.
I think if he rolls a natural 1, I will do it. But I will win. But if he does not roll a natural 1, then I will not win.
Yeah.
And
It
I will
looks
also.
straight as an
What's
arrow.
the GM whisper button?
No, because even if he, yeah,
I think it's. Is it
Slash
/GW?
Yeah. Or no,
No.
I think it's just. It might just be /GM.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
/GM also works. Yeah. /George
GM is
W.
not something.
I mean, I just know that's not true. There's no way statistically
Scroll.
speaking that you-
Yeah. Oh no, it's /W space GM.
Listen, negotiations went bad over a
Yep.
crayon in preschool. I know this.
Well,
Wait.
sure.
So,
But-
Rose, I will say a crayon debate between two preschoolers is way different than whatever could possibly be happening now.
That's not the point. He said he's never
That's
failed.
my only note on that roll.
wait, so Willow,
Okay.
your mentor wasn't Renan Dula,
Okay.
it was someone else?
No, I came to learn from one of the mages here. I didn't care who. Unfortunately, she was the first one I found. My mentor was the High Court Mage of Autumn, whose name I'm actually desperately searching for right now.
Is it Winter Pine?
It is not. My mentor was the High Court Mage of Autumn, Lord Almanel. He's the one who sort of helped me structure the way I do things.
You know what? With a name like that, it makes sense he'd betray the Winter people, right? His name's too close to Autumn.
Sorry, who? What was the name again?
Do 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 do
Lord
do
Almanac.
do 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 do.
The Lord
Mason.
Almanac.
Lord
Lord
Almanac.
Armanel.
Yeah, much too close to Autumn. I could see why he wasn't welcomed back home.
Dude, it's like the Farmer's Almanac. It makes sense.
It was. I'm going to be honest with you, Hazel. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Hells, my family was refugees from winter.
Shrugs.
I mean, I barely know the politics of this fucking place.
Well, regardless, Renandula
Which is
was a
why you should take my word for it when I say we got this, alright? We can work this out.
Regardless, Renandula was not my mentor. Renandula was a potential journeyman teacher, but it turned out to be a traitor. So,
Okay, that makes sense now. I thought way back in the that conclave you said that she was your mentor.
Well, I said a lot of things that turned out to be incorrect, though I didn't know it at the time.
I mean, did you consider her a mentor at the time? That's a big sticking point there.
When we first happened upon each other, yes. After our little event, Betty and Saywin, in the spare warehouse in Vassal City, no.
You didn't know?
She messed with my head. Multiple dozens of times, in fact.
It's heavy stuff. Heavy stuff.
That's
Alright,
what
if we
says
walk
as he
into the-
takes a
okay, if
large
we walk
bite
into
of
the Dragon Palace-
Velociraptor.
If we walk into the Dragon Palace and your plan doesn't work and I get arrested, my mom's coming for you.
I would
I can
expect
take her,
nothing less.
but it won't happen.
I don't think you can.
You're probably right, but it still won't happen.
I don't know a lot about this political shit, so I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't pay that much attention, but
Look, I'm gonna be
Oh.
honest. When I introduce myself, I'm probably target number 1, to be honest.
Until Betty opens her mouth.
That's true.
well, I mean,
If you don't speak properly in front of the king, there's probably no amount of negotiating I can do to change this.
well, I mean, yeah. Who's gonna be a smuggling family or a fucking piracy? Pirate crew, I
I
guess.
think it depends.
It's gonna be a toss-up. Who's affected more?
I was thinking more scale, but you're more aggressive for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, but while we're on the subject of niceties and interactions, and Willow's gonna dig into her pocketbook or like satchel thing, and then pull out 5 copies of a pamphlet, one slightly newer than the rest,
Mhm.
and hand you guys the following thing that is unfortunately not doing formatting correctly. God damn it. I'm working on it. Come on.
What is this?
This is a little guide that I've been working on. It's it'll help whenever we get back to my home.
Oh, you
And
mean the
shit.
murder court?
No.
Oh, that was
It's
the
just-
other one. Okay. Yeah.
It's
Actually,
just
that's
so-
a good point, though. Is there any, what's the word, certainty about where a portal might connect? Do we know before we cross over?
There's a chance we might know. But without knowing the exact location of any gateways, I can't give any guarantees.
Or if I behave properly in the murder court, am I less likely to get murdered, or am I more likely to get murdered?
You won't. Murder isn't really an option unless you commit a grave offense, and in that case, you're more likely just to get banished.
I mean, I feel like these should point to the paper. I feel like I mean, I don't know, but these could be grave offenses.
No, none. The grave offenses are very similar to here. That's don't steal, don't duck out of a bargain, don't kill anyone unless they attack you first. Obviously not everybody follow the same rules because there are things older and more powerful than any rules. But this will get you far. It'll keep you from offending the average person.
And this just applies blanketly to everything, like and she just picked one at random. Yeah, just don't stare. I mean that's just common sense.
Thank you for the raid, my lord.
Hi.
Raid!
The Warhammer
It's
drums.
a raid. It's a party.
One. Yeah.
My what is it? My fucking Aarakocra is trying to figure out if he's gonna read this or not.
Make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh no.
An intelligence saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay.
$13. If you really wanted to, you could read it, but it's still up to you.
I feel like that's gonna depend on what happens with the whole political situation that we're just about to go into.
I'll say it seems interesting to Betty, but the final choice is up to you.
Because I will say, like, if we are gonna be involved in member nations, Betty will read it. Like, if that's actually what we end up doing, because she's gonna be like, oh shit, I actually do need to know how to politically be whatever, so.
And also, just so you'll have it here. You don't know these names, but you'll know them eventually, probably, if you all fall into, tracking the names of these people. So, these are all... Put these all on the map layer. There we go.
Woo! The map. My laptop cord came out.
What do you want to bet that the Amethyst Dragon really liked wine?
Why you gotta stereotype him like that?
No! Because his name is Skanebearer.
Why you gotta stereotype him like that?
I'm not stereotyping. But basically, what our Betty asks, like, so does the don't stare rule apply? And I'll just be like, yes, staring uninvited at people is considered rude, and some people in Liltea may take grave offense to that.
Well, I mean, I guess that was a bad example, because people don't like it when you stare at them here either, but you know what I mean? Like, just... They seem... I'm gonna roll d20, and I'm gonna see if there's a better example that Betty can find.
Is this Rose hoping for help?
Nope,
or...
nope, that's just rolling up 100.
120.
My god, so you rolled 120. Well done.
No.
2. What's rule number 2?
Things are very rarely what they seem. Plants can be animals, animals rocks, and rocks plants.
Alright, yeah, people fucking fly. That makes sense.
Well, a little bit more than that, but understood. Got the right idea. But yes, there's no rush to read these, but I would give them a skim at least before we find any meaningful entries.
Alright, well, I'll tell you what. We'll see how this meeting goes, and if I get executed, and if I don't, then maybe we'll read it.
If you get executed, then you won't really need to worry about anything.
I mean, we'll see. I got enough ghosts on me that I know that they linger. I'll haunt you.
It's only if you're powerful enough to leave behind a spiritual echo of some kind.
You're next.
All right, well, I guess we have a semi-plan of how to conduct ourselves.
Speaking
And what
of
we want.
plans, there is one more thing I want to do right quick. I'm gonna walk up to the bar.
Okay.
I don't remember who the barkeeper is, but I'll just ask. Hey, friend.
Are you referring to just there's two bartenders at all times, and then there's the giant dragon sitting on a horde behind the bar.
Oh, the dragon would know.
Yeah.
No.
Excuse me, esteemed patron of this fine establishment.
Isn't he proprietor?
The head raises. Yes, my friend. How can I help you?
I was hoping you might be able to point me in a general direction. If I were to have struck gold in a idea sense and wanted to work out some sort of arrangement, business-wise, with one of your fine barons here in town, who might be the best option?
He chuckles a bit. Make a persuasion check.
All right.
It's gonna be highly dependent on the dragon.
Oh boy.
Why didn't my dice roll?
22.
22.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say your dice did not.
Well, it depends on what sort of idea you are trying to hatch.
Let's say it's in the neighborhood of trade, commerce, shipping things.
Shipping. I would stay away from Null Wraith, the Fangs and Shadow, and probably she could be of use, depends. You're willing to put your life at risk for it. Operinte could be a good business partner.
My life. Okay, that's quite the stake. Which fine color of dragon would that be?
She's the Moonlight Dragon who oversees the more adult sector of the city.
Huh.
You know what? That probably tracks. All right, thank you.
But if you want a easier job, harder to convince, Orgeth, Dwarves Bane would not be a bad idea to start.
I don't see why I can't rope both in at some point. It is a dynamite idea.
He goes, I would start with Orgeth if you want a safe approach, and if you are certain you can not gain either the ire or the eye of Operinte, then go with that. I know you adventurers do like the challenge, though.
It is true. Also, Moonlight is a much less oppressive title than Dwarves Bane.
Oh, that's his old title. He's actually rather kind and caring. Just he does have a thing for eating mithril.
Who doesn't?
Understood. All right, I'll return to the group.
Most people actually bet.
Was it a joke?
All right. Now that that's taken care of.
Operinte will Knight's Embrace, and also got first. Yeah, you leave back to your table and he goes, safe travels, friend. And he kind of rolls himself back into his gold pile atop the...
Nice.
When it's a simple life, just running an inn and like sleeping on gold.
Yeah.
I get it.
All right. I return to the group. Okay. Is there anything that needs to be taken care of today, or are we down to retire soon.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind a nap.
Nor would I.
I'm fine either way.
It's a bit early, but to be honest, I think that's probably fine. We had quite the long day a couple days back. I'm still recovering from that one.
You did.
Like a couple of weeks, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Almost a month and a half.
I did have to. I don't have the coin for it at the moment. I won't worry about it.
The day that never ends.
Just
All right.
right.
With that, I will. Hessel will retire early. I don't know what the rest will do, but
Yeah, it's about I would say about 8 p.m. right now. Hessel, make me an intelligence saving throw.
Saving throw.
okay.
Oh.
When's this catching me? While I'm still in the aura?
This is sort of as you like go to like get ready for bed. You're like taking your boots off and getting ready for bed.
Does the aura
Why
see
isn't it
through?
rolling?
Is
Does
setting
the
not
aura
clear?
see through the wall since Betty is next door?
No, he's gone to bed since he's retired early.
I'm supposed to roll 3D dice.
Yeah, it's not rolling on. It's only roll. It's not rolling on Firefox for me, but it's rolling on.
On stream.
No, so the Firefox is being captured on stream, so. But
Yeah.
on my Google Chrome version, it has.
It's not rolling at all for me. So.
Really?
Okay.
Oh, look
me
who has
neither.
two browsers.
Oh well. 9.
Yeah, 9 total.
I don't know. Would I even be aware of this enough to use my lucky stone? I'm just gonna let it be, whatever it is.
Let it be.
Well, considering you don't know what you're rolling for, probably not.
Yeah.
You as you go to rest,
Whoa.
there's something that you haven't been keeping track of the days, but there's something coming up that you can't quite remember.
Oh,
Oh, I know what it is.
Shrugs.
Yeah, you're like, maybe it'll come back to you after a nice sleep.
so sad.
Yeah.
Tragedy.
Absolute tragedy.
Absolutely. Alright, is anyone else doing anything?
I will finish my ale and pay my I guess pay the tables tab because somebody left.
I mean, I've already paid for my drinks out of my sheet, so.
I'll cover the tables tab. How much is
No,
tips
I paid
tab?
for my drinks.
You paid for your drinks. How
The
much is the
outstanding
rest?
Tab, how's that?
The standing tab for the table is 38 gold and 3 silver.
Alrighty.
Yeah, my intelligence save was really poor. I meant to do that and I forgot. Because I was
Alright,
gonna do it with the
you-
party.
I'm
He's-
dead, and everyone's
you
like,
have the table tab?
he has the money.
He's been tired.
Oh, that's stupid.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. No, I figured it out.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. I will.
I'm gonna sleep in the
No,
hand.
it was D&D Beyond being dumb.
Oh, okay. So
I got
you're
a
taking the
snuggle
money
hut.
for it?
Yeah, I was taking the money for it.
Alright, sounds good.
I have a snuggle hut. I'm set.
Snuggle hut, watching you. That is creepy. Don't actually do that.
But yes, after everybody else goes to bed, I'll put on my walking shoes and go for a stroll in the nighttime city just to observe, but also sort of amble my way towards the center spire.
Sure. All right. Yeah, you I'll say make me just a general perception check as you you head out of the inn to explore the night of the city.
Perception check. D20. Equal a 5.
1d20.
16.
Alrighty. You walk out into the streets. This is a well-lit city. Even for night, there's these. You actually walk out just as the sun sets below the forest on the west side of the city, and you watch as the sunbeams sort of drain out between the trees. You watch as these rows of colored lights pop, 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 flicker on as it gets dark enough for them. This low illuminating, like not quite, almost like a seafoam green colored light illuminates. So it's not too intrusive, but it's bright enough that you can actually see that the paved stones of the street are well maintained. Nice. And you begin to make your way at the moment northward, because you're pretty close already. You're probably less than half a mile.
Yep.
But you see a number of restaurants begin to close, and you also see, that shift to the nightlife. The city does not have a huge active nightlife compared to the others, but you do see as some places close, other places you see the shutters roll up and light begin to pour out of new buildings you haven't yet had a chance to explore. With a 16, nothing nothing crazy is spotted, but you make your way towards the center of the city, to this oppressive tower that sits in the middle. As you exit the main road that you're currently on, you see this massive, probably quarter-mile wide circle. There's this open, sort of a boulevard, separated, massive street, twice as wide as the main roads here. And the main roads here are designed with ancient dragon in mind. So they are wide roads. But you come to this well-lit, almost like a park, and has a little like river running around under these beautifully maintained grates that run around the entirety of the courtyard. Probably part of the city's like fresh water system. But sitting in front of you, even at night, you see every 20 feet one of these dragon knights with a long pole with a lantern on it and an even bigger axe or spear.
All right.
They every 20 feet, they encircle the entire tower. They stand about 100 feet away from it.
I'm going to walk forward towards it to see if I can get up close to it and like kind of look at it. And if I get stopped, I'll get stopped.
Yeah, As you get within about 10 feet, the ones that are about 20 feet apart sort of barricade together as a group of 3. Halt, citizen.
And I will stop.
Proceed no further. The tower is off limits.
Oh, well, I wasn't going to try and go in. I just wanted to look at the outside.
Be that as it may. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us, but you may not get any closer than this.
Fair enough. How old is it?
He looks at the 2 guys to his left and right. Unknown.
What's the thing at the top?
Some magical source of indeterminate origin.
Does anybody go in there?
They have in the past.
Why not now?
No one has ever returned.
Well, surely something that dangerous can't be kept in the middle of the city.
Torrengheth tried to remove it for 1,000 years. All he managed to do is tip it slightly.
Very well. You sure I can't get a look at this? I do tend to be an expert in very old things.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Yes. And my +1.
Yeah?
Double nat 20s. Double nat 20s.
Please, no, not again.
Oh, whoops, that was 1.
Whoa.
And
That's 3.
3.
There you go. Unfortunately, I do not think that's the case. As far as anyone's been able to tell, this tower may be older than Terrassa itself.
Surely a mysterious tower that doesn't that nobody knows the purpose of would have been news that an aspiring 20th level mage would have known about.
You might have heard about it, but it doesn't do anything. Make an Arcana check with. I'll say without this, just a regular Arcana check, because you would have been there when it was still being studied.
D20 plus 8.
You are older than the city.
16.
16. I mean, you heard about a strange tower of unknown origin while you were here, but but there was also a dozen others. Like, not of the same make and appearance, but strange towers appear and disappear all the time, here and in the Feywild.
Yeah.
So it wasn't something that was on your radar, really. It wasn't until far after you left, by some 500 years or so, people started exploring it. You'll get this from the guy. But no one ever returned, so they sealed it off. Or, well, they put guards around it because they can't lock the door.
Well, thank you for, not answering my questions, but I suppose that's about as good as you can do. I will amend it, though. It's certainly been here longer than 1,000 years.
That is correct.
Yeah. At least 3,500.
Weren't you looking to see about this tower? How do you know that?
As I said, I tend to be very well versed in ancient things.
Yeah. Very well. Although, yes, we do believe that it is somewhere over 1 million years old. We're unsure, as it's seemingly part of the stone and we cannot dig around it. Actually, the edge of the city is where Torrengheth stopped trying to excavate underneath the tower.
Oh, that's why. I just assumed some sort of comet impacted.
Well, it was sort of a natural concave, but everything underneath this tower for at least that far is made of the same material.
Mm-hmm. Well, perhaps I might come across something else about this tower in my studies. If I do, I'll be sure to report it back to the city. Have a good evening. And I leave.
You too. And they sort of spread it back out and just stand there. But yeah, as you're even at this far out, you begin to feel a pull towards the tower. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, wisdom saves. If this isn't that one, I'm gonna be shocked. Okay, 19.
Yeah. You shrug it off. It's a light effect, but it was definitely like something deep in the back of your brain was like, make a run for it. They can't catch you. And you're like, no, I don't want to actually enter the tower.
Yet.
But you do kinda.
Yeah, no, I'm bookmarking. I kind of wanted to enter the tower anyways, but I'm bookmarking that thought for later.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea because it's definitely an end of adventure sort of thing.
End of adventure or end of the adventure?
End of you.
Well, I would let you enter and then I'd have you roll another character.
Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Like, if 6 people went in, would we all have to roll the characters, or if it's just
You're
me?
on your own.
I mean, if everyone decided to do it, yes, I would have to write. I'd have to write that new story and stop this one because there's no coming back.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
What is in that tower?
From the sounds of it.
Those ancient dragons, entire armies have entered that tower and no one's ever come back.
Fine.
So.
Oh god.
It's unfortunate.
Wait, how well known is this?
Not well known. Basically, it's sort of a rumor, but everyone in the city, everyone in the city knows about this.
Because this is the sort of rumor that would definitely interest a certain wizard.
If August ever had, for some reason, a reason to visit Eldervale,
die.
Absolutely. I mean, you know.
I mean, if August couldn't do it, then there's no way.
August.
August is August.
At this point.
But
what color was Orgath? This is just unrelated.
Orgath?
Orgath.
Isn't he the Dwarf's Bane?
He likes to eat mithril. I just don't know if he is a mithril.
I bet he is mithril.
He is a mithril dragon. Yeah.
Okay, he is a mithril dragon, and he also likes to eat mithril.
Yeah.
Is that like a gingerbread consuming gingerbread?
No.
No,
he's still a dragon.
I know.
Yeah, mithril.
Which district is he a part of?
The Dwarf's Bane district?
Dwarf's Bane, that makes sense, you know?
Which is his title, Orgath, Dwarf's Bane?
Fuck!
Dude.
Did you not put together that these are all just the names of the dragons yet?
No, that's what I'm actually doing right now. I just didn't read the
Lord alive. I'm gonna walk back to the hotel by way of the split between Shadow and Skanebearer. So
okay, yeah.
That Rose, that hurt me. Just everything.
Hey, I've gotten literally all of them right except for that one. So.
What do you? What? Yeah, whatever.
All right. Yeah. You make your way back up the street.
Why is there a tower that just wipes people from existence in it?
I mean,
Same reason
don't
why
worry
there's
about
a a yawning portal inside of a fucking tavern that people just go down and die in.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Maybe there's some rumors you can ask about the tower for, but I guarantee it won't be a fun time.
I like how you're directly telling us this because you know that we'll go in.
Oh
there.
yeah,
It's crazy like how many things that come up that like I'm still in the mindset of that's exactly what August would be interested in.
Yeah.
It sucks because Hessel would be like, wait, it just makes people disappear. I'm not going in there.
Yeah,
Why would I go in there?
I'm not.
And August would be like, well, I'm not people though. I'm me.
Yeah.
I wanted to go in there, but then having the DM say if you all do go in there, you will roll new characters.
Which is why he had to say it, because you absolutely know that all of us would have tried going in there.
I say things like this only specifically when I'm like, this is not the direction you're supposed to go. It's just part of the world.
do not
Understood.
Yeah.
It's like the sulfuric acid cave.
Yeah.
Except we did that anyways.
Yeah.
I was uniquely equipped for it. All right.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. So we all have a good nap.
Yep.
Like it's not the equivalent would be if unless you don't have to breathe, then the tower you're like
Yeah, but your skin was peeling off. That's a separate problem.
That happened pretty far in.
That's true.
That did happen very far in.
Yeah, but yeah, you're Willow, as you're heading back, a few people do take interest and try to like sort of stop and get your attention and ask what you're doing tonight. But I mean, you're that's up to you if you're interested or not. But if you don't, you're
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm gonna get my 20 winks in, as it were.
You're
That's a lot of winks. I thought you only need like half of that.
Well,
you only need 40 winks.
Getting 8 hours of sleep is called getting 40 winks.
Yeah.
I get 4 hours of sleep, so I get 20.
I know, but I'm joking about the elf trance thing.
But yeah, you will you make it back, no issues. Anybody else doing anything or
Nah.
Gonna pass out?
yeah? Beds are comfy.
There's no West Wind message.
You haven't seen any, so they're either not on this side or you'll have to keep an eye out. But yeah, you have not seen any.
Are you gonna mail your Toby Kadachi?
No, I was gonna try and use the coin again.
Yeah.
Are you going to send him to your parents?
Was this Pokemon?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, it's Westman transfer system activated. Goodbye, Toby.
Goodbye.
I feel like
I'm
I'm just have to name it like Toby or Kadachi just so that, because everyone's gonna keep referring to it that way.
He's a Thundergila.
He's a fucking Toby. It's fine.
I was gonna suggest the name Chitter Chat.
Flash.
How about Birdsbane?
Birdsbane.
Raise it with a specific goal in mind.
Speaking
eating
of,
Betty.
Speaking of the Thunder Lizard, do I feel like I've made progress with bonding with it this day?
Oh, you feel like you've made a little bit of progress. It'll probably take a while to fully gain its trust.
Does bar come up for like relationships?
It does. It does seem to treat its little kennel-like home at the moment, so it returns to that. You don't know if it outright trusts you or anything yet, but it seems amenable to staying at the moment.
Nice.
You are making progress, but it will take some time for it to get comfortable.
I was just looking through my spells, just randomly, and all I thought about was gust of wind blowing the poor Tobikadachi away. That is all. That's completely unrelated.
You can blow away the Tobikadachi with lots of other your spells as well.
That's true, but that would be a lot sadder.
Yeah. Alright. But, yeah. You all take your long rests.
Pokemon healing.
Dum 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 dum. Add it to the list of sounds. But yeah. You you wake up in the morning, all well rested. To a knock at each of your doors. You open your door and there's a simple, like a wooden tray with two handles that has a cup of tea and a small little, best described as like a newspaper.
Okay, what's the news?
I drag myself out of the snuggle hut and grab it.
What's the sitch?
What's the sitch?
What's the word?
This seems to be a much more common thing for this city. It's just sort of, well, the first thing that you all notice, if you read the newspaper,
yeah,
is there is like a 10-day forecast of weather. And on 2 of the days, it says scheduled rain. There's, percent chances of, like nothing over like a 5% chance of rain any of the days, on like cloudy or like sunny. But on 2 of the days, it just says scheduled rain.
That's weird.
Pretty sure I get it, but okay.
You have never, well, one, you've never seen a forecast for a city before, let alone it just saying scheduled rain. Like there's not like a chance, there's not a percentage, it just says scheduled rain.
My man.
Yeah, right?
Inevitable rain.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I have to do.
There will be rain.
This would be really useful for, they can predict the weather that far in advance. Be really useful for ships.
He says to the Tobikadachi.
True. That would, whatever this is, that would be useful.
He says to the Tobikadachi.
Anyone else, I'm gonna say into the hairpiece. So, anyone else see the forecast thing? I'm gonna go and try and find out how they figured that out. So,
what forecast?
Join...
Hessel is looking through the paper, trying to see if there's a picture of him, because us going to the gate was an event, apparently, or a description of him.
There is a small blurb. There is a small blurb about some visitors to the city. It's been roughly 45 days since anyone has entered the city, so it was a little bit of a spectacle. They do describe it as 2 humans, an elf, an Aarakocra, and a shark beast folk entered the city without any issues. If you see them around town, give them a fair welcome to the fine city of Eldervale.
Okay, but what's in the classified section?
That's funny.
There are a few like trading guilds looking for, and actually say when you're surprised about this, there is a shipbuilding clan in this city, this landlocked city, asking for any skilled workers. The pay is 6 gold a day to help build ships.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's middle upper class living. Well, in a normal city, you're thinking that's probably closer to like middle here. The city seems fairly expensive.
I'll ping in through the headbands to Willow. Was it mentioned what the process was for us being contacted?
Only that they gave me this little tracking thingy and that they'd find me.
Alright, then presumably we need to stick together until this meeting has happened. As we don't all individually have one of these items.
Perhaps all we can continue to utilize these things.
Right, but this is an unfamiliar city. If you come in through the headband and say, hey, they've approached me, it's time for the meeting, I am where I'm standing, then I don't know how the rest of us are supposed to find you.
Well, I mean, we could just say meet in front of this specific landmark and have them, wait
Well,
5
the
seconds.
districts are color coded.
There's that.
I'm just gonna leave your little tokens down at the bottom, right there. If you're you feel like you need to split up at all.
It seems like everyone's on board with splitting up, so I think that's what we're doing.
But yeah, there's a few entries about the Hunters Guild, but it specifically at the end it says humanoids need not apply, need strong dragons to pull in creatures. Seemingly a for actual like adult dragons hunters guild, so they're like seemingly there's just a guild for rather large creatures to be brought into the city whole by these dragons.
This is discriminatory.
You are not 40 feet 40 feet long. You cannot carry a live monster into the city. I'm sorry.
I can try.
You can certainly try.
I have heart.
But yes, there's a number of guilds asking for workers. But the main meat of the article is that both Ardennis and Dorwain seem to be building a like a blockade near each other's border.
No, lovely.
Yeah, they seem to be staying on each side of Corsawalk and sort of just making a long train of ships that not quite a blockade yet, but definitely forming one. They think that someone's gonna push eventually in the coming days or months.
Dun, dun, dun.
No, that's never a good sign.
And but everything else is a thing for a sale or a seemingly someone advertising a new opening of a magic bookshop and things like that. It seems to be a pretty peaceful seeming bout of information.
All right. Well, while the day is early and the district's quietened up, I'm gonna go make a stop in the. I'm saying this over the headband.
Okay.
I'm gonna be going to make a stop in the Moonlight District.
Very well. I have nothing to do, so I'm probably just going to read.
I'm
I'm
probably
bored
gonna
with them
be.
alone.
I'm probably gonna be heading to, well, try and figure out how they predict the weather, and then I want to find out what's going on about the shipwrights in the city.
If you want to figure out who's predicting the weather, we could ask the barkeep who distributes these papers. And that's who we'd want to be talking to, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, the Jade Dragon.
You gotta go down.
Assuming
and
it's
speak to
here
the dragon.
24/7. We could go down.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
all meet up in the lobby.
All right.
You'll meet downstairs, and in fact, he is. He's like half buried in the gold this morning. When you come down, his head sticks out, and his tail wrapped around the backside. Seemingly, how he sleeps is just to burrow into his gold pile.
That's adorable.
A soft whistling snore comes from him as you enter the bar area.
We'll ask the barkeep.
I don't really want to wake a sleeping dragon. So who distributes these papers?
Yeah. Oh, good morning. Well, they're all sitting over by the Dragon's Eye Gazette from the Skin Bears.
Huh.
Oh wait, no, not the Skin.
Would it be in the Observers?
Yes. The Observer. Cianot. By Cianot, the Observer. She she's the court. She's the head of predictions and things of that nature. She's got an eye for seeing further ahead into the future than anyone else. And they're
Oh.
she came up with the idea of letting everyone know when Torrengheth's influence would come over to the city.
Interesting.
Never mind. I don't think I will be staying here and reading. I think I've got a bit of a walk.
Wait, who was it again?
Cianot, the Observer.
The Observer.
Beep.
Yeah, she is Master Scryer of the Crown.
Well, that errand's probably much more eventful than mine is. I'm just gonna go leave a message. So I don't know how the group wants to distribute, but that's probably
Oh, if you need to send
Or
a
the
message
actual-
to somebody, you can just you can use the Wyvern Express. There's those weird little towers around.
To be honest, I prefer to leave it at the office myself.
Oh, very well.
So just with the messages thing, I've noticed there isn't any of the Westwind message systems here. Is that?
She goes, those are always so odd because we've had a couple people ask about them. I've never seen them before. I don't think they exist in the city.
Really?
Mm.
Yeah, and well, the rumor is no one knows who installed them either. Yeah, it's strange. They seem to appear overnight in newer cities, but they've never shown up here.
Andy, give me my squishmallow. Give it. Drop it.
Your dog has stolen. His name is Bandit.
Yeah.
Yeah, his name is Bandit.
This is why I've always wanted to name a dog Hooligan. So it will
Can
be
I have
a
a
Hooligan.
squishmallow?
Oh, Rose, he's
Yeah?
taking it while you're watching, so this is actually respectful.
Yeah.
That's true.
That is a fantastic callback to a conversation we had 2 hours ago.
What is it? Turnabout is fair play.
Yeah.
Give me Gordo. Oh Lord,
Mute yourself and go chase the dog.
I'm not getting Gordo back.
Gordo is gone.
Yep.
He has been banditoed.
Frito Bendito.
That's hilarious.
So yeah, after a brief breakfast.
I want to go with Hessel. I feel like I don't go with Hessel enough.
There's a sort of continental breakfast available, so.
Just as far as a playing the game standpoint, I would not recommend coming with me because it'll be a brief. Hey, I'm leaving this message. This is who I am, and then we're gonna cut to the other group.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to take more psychic damage.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'll go take more psychic damage. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Oh no. All right. But yeah, everyone is prepared to get going and what they're doing. I'm gonna call a potty break, so that, we'll take a 5, and we'll get right back to this once we're all separated and spread out.
I will readily admit.
Gordo, okay, I can go get my fucking toy back.
Okay.
Damn it.
Destroy that dog.
Though I will say, if we all want to move together, where are we right now? Where's the inn?
We're in the purple.
Thank you.
So we'd be passing, unless we want to head to the center of the city, we'd be passing the pink district to get
I mean,
to
we
the
want
pink
to
district.
But
right?
y'all are
Yeah, so we could
roughly
we
there.
could stop briefly so I could drop off my message, and then we could all.
Yeah, we can all stick together so we're more easily found. I'll agree to that. Also, I will fully admit I have been having another lore conversation about Rings of Power with an entirely different person
I got my
Like-
squishmallow back.
for like the last 15 minutes.
He brought it back.
Yay! What a good dog.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I was kind of checked out for a lot of the session early on.
Oh, that's not great. Also, we are like still hot. So
Oh, I know.
yeah, I actually haven't been checked out. I've been multitasking. So I still have notes from when I was messaging with my coworker.
To be fair, I may have done something dumb by accident.
You did.
What did you do?
Dumb.
What did you do?
So I was working with some hot glue earlier, and
Oh.
I had a hot glue gun running in my room for most of the afternoon.
Oh no.
I
Don't
may
tell me.
have accidentally been smelling some of the fumes a bit too much.
No, dear.
Oops. Accidentally getting high on glue.
Oh, look at you.
Oh well.
As you do.
Yep.
Yeah, as specifically Alex does, because he keeps doing stuff without proper ventilation.
I don't have a good way to get ventilation in my apartment. It's a tiny
I
box.
understand it, but
I mean,
dang
use
it,
ventilation
dude.
when you can just use your lungs to filter it out.
No,
I mean-
that's not how the lungs do. That's
Well,
not how
maybe
lungs
then.
do.
Here's the thing: the hot glue is not as much of an issue as some of the other things I work with, and the
Like
other
the
things
rubber
that I work
cement.
with, like rubber cement or stuff that produces particulates. That I always have like a box fan in a window for.
And the respirator.
I do have a respirator for
Yes.
that can at least handle particulate stuff.
Yes.
And probably some fumes because I did get it with the intent of using it with fiberglass resin, which that was a fun time. and I never want to use that again.
Mm.
Fiberglass is a terrible material that should not be used for
Anything that is used in casting, like casting broken legs, should probably not be used in true. Well, actually, that's not true because I did like, you know those paper mache things where like you can like sculpt it around a body. I did a very in-depth one of those in high school.
Average.
Like very in-depth. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. No, what I've learned is plastisol is, while also pretty bad fume-wise, is a lot more forgiving than fiberglass.
All right, are we good to keep going?
Heck.
Yeah. Also, I just realized the city constantly is reminding me of that stupid Jackbox game with the wheel.
Oh yeah. I like the trivia games, but I honestly don't think I can play that game because I get so angry every time I play the game. Because I don't win because it's such RNG bullshit.
I mean, it is and it isn't though, because like the top 3 people are always the same.
Oh yeah, if you get the answers right, you have a chance of winning. I think out of the 4 or 5 times we've hit it, I haven't even had a chance to win.
Didn't you win one of the last ones?
Yeah, that was the only time that I was getting answers right. Because if you don't get extra slices, you're sort of screwed.
Yeah.
Like I think like it is consistent on who is the top. It is at that point that it distributes things around.
Yeah. I mean,
So I don't mind it that much.
Yeah.
you do have to get lucky though. You know.
Yeah, I'm just mad that like I think I need to start in that game. I think I need to start throwing questions because it's never the first person. It's always the second or third person.
Well, yeah, because each time that you get to the winner's wheel, the chances go up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. Anyways.
Everybody ready?
I'm ready.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a tweak back?
Yeah.
Okay.
So are we gonna stop by the pink district and then go over to the?
Yeah, we decided to stick together and just go in a clump.
It's easier that way.
Okay.
Makes no sense.
Especially if Tweak's one is just dropping a message off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do.
And honestly, I do agree with him that we probably should stick together until a messenger is found because I can fly. You guys can't.
So.
I can get her out easier.
Hello?
Oh.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
What's
What's happening?
I don't know. She said hello, so I said hello back.
I thought you said oh.
No.
My Discord audio fucked up once tonight. I don't want to deal with that again.
We are going to the district.
All right.
Oh,
We are
right.
walking.
Yes, we are, and I am rolling important dice.
We're done.
Because that is important. Oh my god, nat 1, nat 20.
What is wrong with you?
She uses real dice for these too, so she can have them.
I do. The nuclear option!
Both ways.
Both ways!
Let me update the calendar. For the
Betty's
campaign.
fucked.
Betty's fucked.
I could be so mean.
Okay.
What did you do to poor Betty? What did Betty?
No, I'm not. I said I could be, not that I will.
I know, but poor girl.
I'm not gonna do anything to Betty.
Failed press.
Is Betty really a poor girl, or is she evil incarnate? We'll have to find out soon enough. But
She's chaos incarnate for sure. She's pineapple incarnate.
Yeah, pineapple. You know what? That's her alignment, pineapple.
neutral pineapple.
Chaotic pineapple. Let's be real.
No. No one's chaotic pineapple. That's just too far.
Pineapples are chaotic.
That's the thing I opened up from the Tapachi bucket today. That was chaotic pineapple.
Oh no.
It's been there for 4 weeks.
That's terrifying.
It was not pretty.
Oh no.
Oh no. That was not drinking. That was throwing the hell away.
Yeah.
It was a bucket of mold.
Yum.
Oh no.
Yep. Looked at that one. Delicious. I'll have my penicillin later, please.
And
Okay, we are moving
none of
on.
that was penicillin, probably.
Yeah, you all head into the Moonlight's Embrace district, which, as you enter, you see most of these shops here are currently closed.
That makes sense.
You see a lot of, there are still people outside waiting and bringing things into like back alleys and stuff. The city, this section of the city is still active, just much less so than the other sections of the city.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you just going up to the castle here in this district, or are you just?
Well, I assume there's some sort of building out front that might serve as an office for correspondence. If not, I guess I'm just going to the castle.
Make either a perception check if you're just going off of like sight, or if you're asking questions how the city works.
I mean, I'll ask some people on the way. Why not?
Okay. Then make a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
I don't know why it's not rolling dice anymore.
Still rolling in Chrome, which is weird.
I'm in Chrome and it's not rolling.
Oh. Yeah, all y'all's dice are rolling fine for me in
I am,
Chrome, but
I'm
not
also
in...
in
Everyone
Chrome.
besides mine are rolling for some reason.
Yeah, I
That's what
think
I was
it's
about to
just Twig.
Interesting.
Oh well.
Alright. But, yeah.
I'll make it a little easier.
Oh.
Little psionic aid to bring it up to an even 15.
Okay. That'll help. Yeah, you see the castle in the distance. This spire of stone that just comes out of the ground before there's this massive, like, white and pink, almost Barbie doll-esque castle sitting in towering over the district. You see that and sort of begin to question. You're like, maybe I shouldn't immediately just go up this crazy spiral staircase that goes around this giant Barbie doll castle. Maybe I should ask a few questions beforehand, and you begin asking people if there's if you need to deliver a message or anything. They direct you to the nearest like post office to deliver a regal missive, is what it's called. To send something to somebody of one of the lords, so it goes through the proper channels, and they actually receive it and don't, just eat the person that's
Sure.
intruding on their territory. So it's you do have to sign your name, give information about who you are, and it's 5 gold, and they stamp it with this really fine wax seal saying that you have been they vetted and they checked your symbol, all that sort of stuff. Like, they have all of the information that you unless of course you're trying to obfuscate for any reason who you are.
No, it is a message from Hessel Blackwater.
Okay. Yeah, they get all that information. You watch as one takes this weird device that has like these like thin ropes, and they hold it up, and then they press it down onto the paper, and an image of you appears on the paper.
Wait, you should have given me a heads up. I would have smiled.
Like they rub it over it, and they hold it up again. Ready? You smile. They press it. They press it down on the paper.
All right.
It's rolled up and sent off. And I'm assuming it's exactly what you said before with your previous message.
I will write it into a proper message.
Okay.
So you know exact wording and stuff, but yeah, basically.
Okay. But,
that's the topic, anyways.
Yeah. But your royal missive is sent off to be handed to the Baron of this district.
All right, we can move on.
Yeah. All right. What is the next objective?
Go to the seer?
I'm going to the seer.
Yeah, going to the. I just want to go to the observer's district and just see what it is.
Okay.
It's just CCTV everywhere.
Yeah.
It's Citizen Kane.
Yep. V for Vendetta. I hate V for Vendetta.
Oh, V for Vendetta. I was like, what are you saying?
V for Vendetta.
Yes.
Okay. But
is it Hugo Weaving the titular character, and then you never see his face ever?
Mm-hmm. My dog is angry.
Yeah.
We don't.
But yeah, so we head to the Diviner district.
This district, out of all of them, has a bit of a different feel. As you enter, there's a lot of there's almost a peace here that's not anywhere else in the city. A lot of the homes here are sort of and there's a lot of homes that are just they're on like a lot of terraced like small little, like people actually have yards in this district. You hear a lot of like these crystal chimes playing as the wind rolls through this part of the city. A lot more like just open music here. You you find yourself the cobble paths here are what's the best way to describe it? Like sea glass.
Ooh.
Fancy.
They're
Seems like a good place to have brunch.
They're all the all the tops are
Why
polished
was that
down.
funny?
Yeah, it literally just made me. You put into words basically what I was thinking was like, this is perfect. This is the perfect like new age white lady town.
Yeah, I was like, this is a brunch place. This is the bottomless mimosas place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this part of the city is calm, and it's there's an ever-present like breeze, and a river runs down like the middle section of most of the city, so you can hear it like burble down these little like terraced sections.
Oh, okay. I heard something different.
I think I know what you heard.
You
I know.
probably
I
do.
also heard it,
I was
but I'm not.
momentarily concerned, and then I went, "Wait a minute, that's not correct."
I also heard it.
Terrorists,
So.
like
I heard
terrorists.
These terrorist sections. I'm like,
Yeah.
Terrace.
Paris. I got you. Sorry, the ears are.
Parasect. Yeah.
Paris.
Yeah, the Paris. Yeah, Parasect.
Yeah.
Oh God, no.
Just
Isn't
giant
the
mushroom
Parasect a thing?
Yeah. Or the Parasect cord. One of them.
Okay, if we get any more
But,
distracted, we're never
yeah,
never gonna go see the theater.
Yeah,
That is a problem.
Yeah, I'm not even. I don't even think we're gonna get anywhere near. I want to see if there's anything like divination specific, like something like, I don't know, like a mirror or something. Or
I just want to see if I can take more mental damage.
oh boy,
Is
there like fortune tellers all sitting in a circle in a park or somewhere?
Well, actually, yes.
Oh my god.
It's one of my notes.
I was gonna say, why would you ask that question?
This very large courtyard as you pass through. This is Torrengheth's Landing. That little square is roughly the size of Torrengheth.
Oh jeez.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah. Technically, he's probably smaller, but that's the smallest I can make a square. Because, yeah, the city is like 6 miles across or something ridiculous. Or 8 miles, yeah.
Oof.
Big city.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon was saying that each of these boxes aren't buildings; they're city blocks.
Yeah, they're like little districts of like different. Yeah, so.
Gotcha.
I can't focus down much more from like. I was like, it looks too busy if it's like more than this. So. And also I would find a nice bridge to jump off of if I had to color in each individual.
I don't think they had bridges where you were, but okay.
They're all overpasses.
God, no.
Okay, this got dark.
Anyway, moving along.
But yeah, as you pass Torrengheth's Landing, there's a group of probably about 30 people with all of these large notepads sitting like at their feet, slowly tracing in the air with wands, and then like placing it down onto the paper, different clouds. And just like they'll look up, they'll trace a cloud, and you see them draw a circle onto the paper, and the representation of that cloud will appear as like a rough sketch, and you can see that they're just meticulously going through and grabbing every shape of every cloud they can see.
I'm just gonna look over there and just think to myself, why?
Why not?
How far away do you see this?
I mean, I say it quietly to myself, but like maybe like 30, 40 feet.
Yeah. You hear in your head a unison of voices say, "Cloud reading."
Oh God! All right.
So wait, are these old ladies?
Most of them are.
Let's go!
Oh no! Don't do it.
What does let's go mean?
She wants to take more mental damage.
No, I just like talking to old ladies.
I just like talking to old ladies.
She likes when I do my old lady voice.
That would, you know, that's old.
Funny.
Let's go. I'm game now.
You're gonna make him do it.
You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, Betty's going over there.
Listen, I got a sampler. Now I'm all in.
I am walking.
Yeah. Who are you going up to? There seems to be a couple people leading this as they're like looking over everyone's notepads, or you're just talking to a random.
Who's the most friendly, but doesn't like look like they don't take shit old lady?
There's a
Ideally,
pretty
someone who's
grumpy.
leading
Out of the two seemingly leaders of this group here,
Like, I don't want kind cookie grandma. I want like.
there's a grumpy turtle lady. There's a grumpy turtle lady. She's got a lot of like these like weird holes like drilled through her shell. With like these instruments in them, like sticking out, is like glass tubes.
Was not
Horrifying.
expecting turtle body horror today, but there it is.
I was also not expecting turtle body horror.
Not...
She looks rather grumpy and stern, and she's looking through these papers that are set in front of her. And then the other is a there's a UNT woman with a wry grin on that seems to be tracking you as you enter, but not directly questioning you as of yet.
Let's go UNT. I feel like she's actually gonna give the answer. I feel like Turtle Lady might like skin me alive.
It's like the anti-Master Oogway. You will not find peace, but you will find peace in death.
Yeah.
Oh.
As you come up, you hear in your head, usually people ignore us out here. What can I help you with, child?
Betty'd kind of like stumble back a little bit.
Does just talking hurt you?
No, but it's alarming when someone speaks in your head and you're not expecting it.
She turns towards you, her like rather impressive like cobra mane sort of like relaxes a little bit, and she turns towards you, and you can see she's got a large scar across her cheek, and her jaw is made out of gold. Her bottom jaw.
Betty would just think to herself, like, wow, you've been through some shit.
Find the old retired old lady adventurer group. What the
I
hell?
love her. I do not.
She was recalled from her.
Rose
They
will
are
die for this
perfect in
NPC
every
that
way.
we
We will
don't even know the
protect
name
them.
of.
I listen. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm still concerned.
She
Who's beating up old ladies out here?
Nobody. That's why they're still alive.
She clasps her two lower arms, and her two other upper arms open up, and she goes, "Good morning, Betty. What can I help you with?"
Betty looks back at the group.
Ivar will shrug.
I mean, I just wanted to see what was going on over here.
Cloud reading, studying for the next 6 months or so, of seeing if any catastrophes are coming our way.
How does that work?
I'm interested in that as well.
You step forward too, Willow.
Yeah. Yeah?
Yes. Good morning, Willow.
Good morning.
It's a delicate art. One wrong line and you depict a massive flood, but that makes it all the more precise. The shapes of the clouds, the direction, their color, all have intricate small meanings to determining the future.
I would like to get better at that.
Alright, what about like the weird clouds?
Oh, we've had a
Like the
few
worst ones.
of recent. She pulls aside a collection of like they're like clamped with this like barbed little handle, like like to hang loose notes that were taken out of each of these little
Yeah, like
sheets.
the little teeth chompies.
Yeah, it's like the teeth chompies, but the teeth sort of like fold backwards to like hold it like it's like you can pierce the page and then close it to hold these.
Yeah.
She sort of shows you. She's like, And it's honestly like for you guys, it's like looking at a Rorschach painting. There's some shape there, and she goes, skinned white wolf, coming in from the west, white in color. Seeing worrying signs in the outside walls. This one was taken 3 months ago, so we've been on the lookout to our west, where we found tracks of somebody potentially trying to enter our city.
What?
But I mean,
Or I guess who?
surely they can't.
Oh, they can't, but some people try. Usually they could end up getting eaten by the dragonelle out there.
May I take a look at that, actually?
Sure, just be careful. She hands you this. They're like 2 foot wide by like 4 foot long pieces of paper with lots of different, just like imprints of clouds on them, and then circled in like red ink is the ones that they're worried about. But all of these ones have been pulled out of, like daily, accounting
readings.
of clouds. Yeah.
I wanna try and see if I can glean any more information beyond just a threat from the west. I want to see if I can use what they've done here to maybe help them a bit.
Make an Arcana check.
All right, me and my +8. That's a 13.
13.
Fuck me.
Not terrible.
You're not particularly
First in cloud reading.
Yeah, you're not really. You've seen people do it, but definitely not certain what most of these symbols like. A lot of them you're like, oh, that just means a good day is coming up. I don't know why they circled this one, or this one just looks like sort of like an upside down tree. I don't know why this one's circled. So you're not certain what to glean from these. So.
Yeah, you will stare at it for like a minute and then just look visibly frustrated and just sort of quietly hand them back.
Yes. They do make rather nice art pieces, but most of them are harmless. Although, unfortunately, waiting for signs of war in the coming days. That's what we're keeping our eyes out for.
Talking about war?
You say this, she goes, my dear, there's been tensions for, well, 15 years, and 2 groups that think themselves the superior. We knew this was coming. You didn't have to be a practitioner of scrying to understand that.
I mean, I guess, but why? Why now?
She shrugs. She goes, it was coming one way or another, dear. They both want what the other has, and are willing to spill their citizens' blood to get it.
You kind of frown.
Well,
Ma'am, I just had a thought. And of course I wouldn't know how interconnected diviners are across nations now, but have you ever heard of a woman named Beldia?
you can twist her head. No, I'm afraid I don't.
Hmm.
She important scryer of some sort?
I don't know, and that's the problem.
LG. Unfortunately, no.
Very well. I just figured I might as well ask.
If you could do this with clowns, can you do this with stars? Or is that a
I do
whole
it all the
different thing?
time.
She goes, that's another specialty. We are specifically perfecting the study of clouds. However, there are a few other astromancers here that will study the stars and their meanings.
I didn't know that's how you worked, Will.
It's it's one of the ways. It's sort of the secondary way. Usually I just sort of see it while I rest.
I have a bit of a specific question about star-related things I might go seek out. Do you know where they are?
Yes. They
This is a
don't
personal errand.
specifically have a clan, but there's a number of them throughout the city.
I mean, just give me like a name or a number or something.
Yes. There's Alinwe. She lives down by the there's a little terrace with a nice little tea shop. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly where she lives.
I mean, that's okay. That's better than nothing.
Asking for specific people in the city is like asking, oh, hey, you remember that person you passed by in New York City?
I mean, it depends on the person.
I was just wondering because she is literally in the fortune-telling sector. I was like, she might know someone.
It depends on the person, but yeah.
There's let me. I think that the city's got like 13 million people, so it's not small. Like just being in this sector, it's like, oh yeah, there's like 200,000. There's like 200,000 people that study and practice scrying and reading of different sorts. So.
All right. Well, is there anybody like notable? Like, is there somebody that's just like, this is who you go to?
If you're lucky enough to see enough, but well, she's hard to reach sometimes. But anybody here's worth their salt, I assure you.
All right.
She kind of nods.
So, Betty, what's your next move in trying to decipher stars?
I mean, I just have somebody I want to talk to something. I have something, you know.
What?
What?
What did that even mean?
Yeah, what did that mean, Rose?
It sounds like you're saying I gotta talk to a guy about a thing.
Basically, yeah.
That's really what you're doing, yeah.
You're insane.
I was like, I don't know.
Do you not
Yeah,
know?
she has to talk to a guy about a thing.
What are you trying to find, Rose? I was trying to ask in character, but
I've just messaged you it. Fucking...
I was trying to ask in character, but I've been thoroughly confused at this point. Oh, I love it. What the fuck?
Is it not something that is it something so secret
want
that you
your
can't
fortune
ask
told
Willow?
is what I'm trying to understand.
I mean, it's not secret. It's just something specific that hasn't really come up.
What?
Like,
You're causing me psychic damage.
Give me a second.
Yes, yeah, Rose. That's what.
Yeah,
that's
that
what.
one, yeah.
That's what I meant by the, not.
I thought you meant like just like the one on the boat.
No, like
that's not-
the one of import.
Yeah. Yeah, that one.
So she'll tell you, well, they're specifically in dealing with reading the stars as fortunes, not actually reading maps.
I'm wondering if maybe there was something to do with that with this. I don't know.
What you're looking for is somebody who.
I'm looking for a fucking astronomer, but where the fuck are they? That's what I'm wondering. I don't.
On the boat.
No, she needs. She needs a
different
higher
kind of
level
astronomer.
astronomer. She's.
Oh my lord.
This is a different kind of.
Yeah. These are people
You're
that
insane.
study actual astrology, but like as if it was a magic and not a. Yeah. They have no clue about the science or.
I understand this, but I was also like, okay, you know what? Fucking let's.
Yes, these are in the right order.
I'm just gonna look for a telescope in someone's yard.
Okay,
As soon as they're
so
you know.
Telescope in someone's yard.
Let's figure it out from
So you'd be more looking in the dwarves' bane section of the city, where they make weapons and technology.
So barring anything to help me in my quest to
Listen, we
focus
were
divination
here. I thought I'd
abilities.
ask. This wasn't the right location.
This is not the right location. I guess we've got nothing else to do until we get summoned. So I guess we can just walk back to dwarves.
I'm trying to figure out the weather thing. I want to know how they predict the weather.
Okay, ask them.
We'll do the weather thing and then we'll do the dwarf
Probably
thing.
clouds.
Gotta get to the place where they do the weather predicting. My voice is really big right now.
We're right there. We are there.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
I
motherfucking
thought we
dragon
were
is the
looking for the
contact.
Dragon Eye Gazette.
Wait, are the fucking cloud people the weather forecasters?
Yes.
I mean, that's what it sounded like.
Oh.
I mean, that's an assumption for sure.
That
You
is-
have to
it is an
ask
assumption.
to know.
But yes, that was.
Alright. So, perhaps you might know, since you seem to be good at predicting things. Do you know who does the predictions for the Dragon's Eye Gazette weather forecast?
There you go. A number of clans do. We are part of them, yes.
Can I ask how you go about that? Because knowing a bit more about that would be incredibly useful for seafaring vessels.
Yes. Of course, it's quite simple. The clouds give us the information we need as they pass by, and of course we well, Torrengheth is a rather generous lord over these lands, and to keep our crops growing, he tells us when he's going to make it rain, so we have some time to prepare. So,
Is that what's meant by scheduled rain?
yes. He depending on the time of year, and as we're getting into the later months, it'll be closer to 2 weeks in between, or more if it's actually rainy. But if our water reservoirs get a little low, he'll replenish them.
What do you mean by prepare? Is this like a deluge, or is this like I need to get my rain bucket out to collect water?
There's a reservoir that runs across the city and in other areas. I mean, if we have scheduled rain, you can make sure you're not running errands on that day or something like that.
Ah, all right. That just prepare me. It sounded like it was gonna be quite a
No, it just
rainstorm.
It's a heavy rain, but it'll let you.
Like a big slap on the concrete.
Oh no, it's a majority of the day, probably 4 to 6 hours of rain to resupply and refill everyone's water containers and things like that. Usually starts early in the morning, close to midnight as you can, but you know, sometimes it's a little later. Depends.
All right.
But we are rather fortunate to have the scheduled rains. Otherwise, it hasn't rained probably close to 3 months without it. We would,
odd. I mean,
we do live on the edge of an arid plain because of the volcanic activity.
Okay, weird question. Does weather move east to west or west to east on this continent?
up and down.
I mean, it moves with the weather? I'm not sure.
Also,
I think he's asking about jet streams.
nope, I'm asking because we are near a mountain range. If it moves east to west, that would.
Oh yeah, the mountains do stop it from.
Yeah. Okay.
From-
So
from-
basically, it's a mountain desert. Got it.
Yeah. But whenever he controls the weather, he brings it from the other way across.
Okay.
Everything he can, and this is out of character stuff, but yeah, he can determine the weather within a 500-mile radius. So, as
Magic
part of
dragon
his domain,
powers.
magic dragon powers, yay!
That's what happens when you're older than dirt.
Yeah, the part of his domain control stuff for being a dragon. But yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for answering our questions. Hope we didn't interrupt too much.
Oh no. There's we haven't gotten a real warning image in quite some time. It's usually just things to be wary of. And one of the students comes and hands over another sheet of paper. It's just like this. It's a half skull. It's we'll keep an eye out, but without me being a full skull, there's no danger within it really. And she circles it with her red pen and attaches it to the rest of the other pages.
Mm. Yeah, I guess barring any major successes there, continue doing whatever it is we're doing, which I guess is going to Dwarfsbane.
I mean, I guess.
Where is the shipwright classified thing?
I mean, in the newspaper. Or you just speaking of where?
But like, where's the location?
Dwarfsbane.
Okay, yeah, I would go with Dwarfsbane. Everything's in
Everything's
Dwarfsbane.
in Dwarfsbane.
They're good. It's funny because his name is Dwarfsbane, but most of the dwarves in the city live here.
Yeah. I wonder if we'll see Billick and Dan.
His tax rate is the.
That is the direction of where their forge is.
Yep, I'm just imagining the people like watching the little tracking beacon, being like, "What the hell are they doing?"
You say a lot of dwarves live there. Are there any particular places where beast folk live?
There's not a lot of beast folk in this city. Humans, beast folk, and elves are pretty light, so the majority of the party is uncommon here. I would say 90% of the people that live here are dragonborn, Tlaka, lizard folk. A few other, other odd and, turtles. Every now and then, half dragon and, what is it? Aarakocra. Yeah. Every now and then you'll see them like zip through the sky at a quick speed. But yeah.
I'm gonna go find an astronomer.
All right. Well, hey, guess what? You're heading
What a
towards
very
Thor's Bed.
specific thing.
I will assist her in this.
Okay.
Sure. All right. Make either a perception if you're just looking, investigation check if you're asking people, or a persuasion check if you're trying to find like the best one by word of mouth.
Persuasion check.
Remember, you don't have your 3 unless you're lying to them about who you are as an individual person.
So -3, so 13.
And I'm helping
lied.
her, so would she get advantage?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That's better.
20.
Yeah. It takes a lot of questioning, asking people, because a lot of people don't know what you're referring to. When you're like asking for like an astronomer, like someone who reads maps, like star charts, and that. Like, and they point towards like a tower with like a large observatory lens sticking out of the top of it.
That would make sense.
They're like, Jirek's up there. He likes to look at the stars. He's a bit of a loner. You might want to stay away from him unless you really need to do business.
I guess we're talking to Jirek.
No. Yes, we're talking to Jirek.
Anybody else doing anything else, or we're just going to Jirek?
I find it extremely unlikely in this city, but I guess I'm gonna keep an eye out for wanted posters and/or for lack of better terminologies, pest contracts, monster contracts, something that can earn us a little bit of idle money while we're waiting.
There is in each district, and you've seen this from and from like listening to the other people. You can join like monster hunter guilds. There's one in each district, and you basically gain favor from that lord by doing that sort of work in that district. Because the city's big enough to where every district has pretty much everything you need in it. But each one of these is like its own little city. Not even a little city. Each one of these is a large city.
and then for beyond that, you just go for like specialties to each district.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then. In that case, when we do get the Dwarves Bane, since that was the particular faction that you seemed like you were more interested in there, SLI might have to go do a little bit of work and see if we can earn a little favor.
Hit me with that one more time. I was writing a note.
No problem. You said you wanted a side of Dwarf's Bane, or at least you wanted to strike a deal with them.
I think as far as the beginning of arranging said deal, I think Moonlight is the Moonlight's Embrace is a better bet. But roping in Dwarves Bane once the deal is struck, I think will be beneficial. So if we want to start that relationship now, I'll certainly help you with whatever you're doing.
I'll take a look at the local Monster Hunters Guild, since that's really the only asset I can perform while we're here. So I'll check in and see if there's anything that I think we can handle as a group.
To be honest, we kind of need to earn some money right now. So
well, doubly so then. So I'll head that way.
We've been doing nothing but burn through it since we left Vassal City. So we probably need to start looking towards taking on some jobs.
Y'all could start sleeping on the ground floor.
I'm definitely thinking a gold here or there won't really make a difference to our purse.
All right then. I'll inquire when we're over that way if I see it.
All right.
So, when we do inevitably get to Dwarves Bane, because we're not there yet, correct?
No, you're.
Yeah, so I'll keep an eye open for the Monster Hunters Guild in that district, not the area we're currently in.
You continue heading that way across the city. It's a far walk. it's like a solid hour's worth of walk.
Well, so be it.
We need a car.
You say this, and you do realize that there are a lot of these long, spindly towers. It's thin at the bottom, and it goes up, and it's almost lollipop shaped towards the top. That have somebody standing by them. They're probably one every 5 or 10 blocks or so, depending on where you are in the city.
Are you talking like an e-scooter situation? Or...
That's not what I described at all!
What?
I said a large tower! That's lollipop shaped with a man standing at the bottom.
Rose thought e-scooter.
What?
Oh, that hurt. That was good.
How'd you get an e-scooter from that? You know what? I'm gonna. What is the purpose of these lollipop towers?
Sure,
Brandon?
you get closer to this lollipop-shaped tower with a bunch of holes in it, and the Dragonborn sitting at the bottom goes, "Good afternoon. You're looking to hire a wyvern rider? A wyvern rider? Fuck, got me fucked. Oh, Rose, you got me fucked up now." Oh.
There you go.
Wyvern.
We have
DM,
fun.
everybody.
Wyvern.
We finally hit it.
This
Already.
isn't the worst one we've had.
Oh no, I'm just saying for the session.
It's not, yeah.
The worst is when we had to end
I
the
can't-
session because everyone would not stop, or a couple of us would not stop laughing because I know, Mad, you don't want to be lumped in with that group.
Listen, funny is funny does.
Yeah.
I'm literally just trying to draw my interpretation of what I was thinking about.
Oh dear.
I would love
What?
to know.
Regardless, can we get one of these wyvern riders to take us to Dwarves Bane?
Lower upper district.
I'd look at Hessel and Betty and Ivar.
I didn't catch what he said.
Which district has the monster?
In inner or outer? Inner or outer?
I guess I'll just inquire with
assuming-
the driver. Do you know?
I'm
which,
assuming upper is the outer district because the
Yes.
caldera will curve up. Yep.
Yes.
I don't know which one has the big fuck off astronomy towers. So
I mean,
I'm gonna guess
ask the man.
upper
He's a taxi driver.
because I'm
Also,
gonna guess
Rose,
upper because
what I describe. That's
good.
awful silver. What I was attempting to describe, was
I'm just gonna-
like this, a tower with a little man standing next to
And now what you were talking about, I thought it was like a little bitty spire on like a little like skateboard.
Oh, okay. Now that you say it that way, I kind of understand. I got confused. It's still crazy, but I get it now.
And instead, and what Brandon described was essentially a beehive on a stick full of wyverns.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then
But I got a fucking spire on a
Rose
skateboard.
thought e-scooter. Okay.
and he goes, "Oh, you're all new to the city, aren't you?"
How'd
Very
you know?
much so. We've heard about an observatory tower in Coles Bay.
Jirek's Observatory. Yes, he's right on the edge between the two. He's actually rather close to where you'd land for the lower district. Or for the upper district. And just to describe the pricing, our wyverns can hold 4 people total, so 3 each. But if you're staying on the same half of the lower district, it's 1 gold per. You'll be there in like 10 minutes. They're rather quick. Other side's 2 gold. And then if you're crossing across the lower and upper districts, I'll give you payment. I'll tell you the payments wherever you need to go. But 2 and 4 gold across the city, and that will take you roughly 10-15 minutes at most.
All right.
Okay.
What did he say? Cut an hour out of our day?
I mean, sure.
Remind me, where are we and where are we going? I know we're in the Observer and we're going to Dwarves. but
We are here
We're in
and
pink
we're going.
and we're going to
here.
dwarves.
No, we're in teal and we're going to dwarves.
Oh, we're in teal. You're right. We're in teal and we're going to dwarves.
We
We
have
were in
been
teal.
walking.
So we're in
This
lower.
is not teal. This is like emerald green.
Like seafoam. We're in seafoam and we're going to Mithril.
Yeah.
So we're in lower Observer and we're going to lower or upper Dwarfsbane.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
on the border.
Like
of
middle, mid. Though.
Okay.
mid
Yeah,
Dwarfsbane.
because
Yeah.
basically, wherever you go, like they'll put you either here or like up here. You can choose. There's they're going to the closest tower basically, and you can choose.
Got it.
And like so, like in this sector or this sector or wherever. So
Yeah.
it cuts a significant portion of time off from traveling across the city.
Okay.
And I will. I'll just say the closest one to Jirek's Observatory, and I will pay the fine for everybody. So
So
that'd be
for-
2 wyvern riders.
2 wyvern riders. So for that simple travel, it's 2 gold
2 gold per
Alright.
person or per.
per
Wyvern.
wyvern.
So that's 4 total.
Oh no! Well, no. Okay, so for traveling this distance from here to there is 1 gold, 2 total is what I was trying to say.
Okay. Got it. All right.
It's not-
Yeah.
This wyvern thing is everyone fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know why. It was so like simple in my
Wyvern.
head, and then I had to say it, and everyone was like,
It's
"Wait a
pretty-
minute,
it's
fucking
literally the
popsicles!"
only thing that-
makes
the only thing
perfect
that I
sense.
fucked
It's
up
a
on-
taxi. It's just a
The only
Yeah,
thing
it's
that
just
I
a
fucked
tax-
up
it's just
on
a-
is the cost.
It's a fast travel system because I don't want y'all having to walk for 3 days.
I thought it was like an e-scooter situation.
That hurt my brain so bad when I was I described like this like what is essentially like a water tower and imagined it water tower sized, and then I said it and you were like e-scooter and I was like, what in the goddamn fuck? That thing's gonna be like 900 feet long. What? And it fucked me up so bad that I was like, I don't know how to say wyvern anymore.
All right, we're taking the taxi.
Damn.
Oh, God. Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
we're
Okay.
yeah. he whistles down. He whistles up, and you see someone look down, and he just puts two fingers up, and they give a thumbs up, and then you see two. What you didn't realize is, yes, these towers are like 100 feet tall, and two wyverns like pop out of them, and they look like, like small, like, house cats when they dive out, and you realize they're massive, and that tower is massive, and they come and land down and take up like a large portion of the street while you get on, and they zip across the city at their enormous speed.
Those are big e-scooters.
Rose, he's gonna kill you.
I can feel the hate rising.
My eyes.
My eyes! It's just the man who only has to
all this
hear it.
stalling gave me time to write out this letter. So, you know what?
It wasn't stalling. I was trying to get everyone going. Oh.
Oh, damn. I've never...
Anyways, you zip across the city at maximum speed and get the fuck there. You're at the tower.
Alright, do Hessel and Ivar split off?
I mean... As in, I don't know. I have not seen the Monster Hunters Guild. I said keep an eye for it while we're walking. If we're going to Jarek's Tower, I'll see if I see it on the way. Also, seems like you want psychic damage. That's worth watching.
She's in the wrong place for that.
I actually do have the papers on me, by the way. So yeah, you know what? I will go with you, Ivar, whenever we do that. Because if we register, I'll register us as the Starlight's Call, as our group. Given that we also registered at the last Monsters Hunters Guild we were.
Oh yes, in Jehesta.
So, just a thought. With traveling around as monster hunters, wouldn't we be out of town when we get the call?
Oh, I don't think we're gonna take on a job immediately. I mean, we're definitely staying in town until the meeting. But
I mean, throwing our hat.
If we find an interesting job, I
mean,
think it's something we could take up after the meeting.
Our last contract also was within city limits.
That's true. Who knows? Maybe there's like a demon lurking about the streets at night.
All right, well, you lot have fun with that. Say when do good boat things. Betty, let's go look at stars.
All right.
The group splits up. Say which way are you
the party. The party.
I guess I'm gonna ask around for where the Shipwrights Guild is.
You don't really have to ask pretty far, because you sort of turn around from where they dropped them off, and it's right there.
Oh.
You see a large open area where about 12 full-size galleons are being made. And as y'all are about to separate, you watch as 3 ancient dragons attached with these large crane setups are lifting one of the ships out of its cradle and heading northward.
Oh. That makes sense. Actually, that makes a ton.
That would be the most efficient way to do that.
That makes a ton of sense, because that way your navy building location is not an easily attackable place.
Well, I imagine it's easily attackable while they're in transit.
Well, yeah, it's easier to attack them in transit, but also they're being carried by 3 ancient dragons, so...
You know what? I think I nailed that letter. I basically rolled a 20.
This is the letter you sent to the Pink Lady? Moonlight?
Yeah, it's like... I was so convincing, I don't know how you would disagree.
I don't like where this is going.
Tweak and his hubris are my favorite thing because he's either right or dead wrong.
Oh god. He actually wrote a letter. This is not like previous letters where it's like a 3 sentences.
No, I figured why not?
Nice, okay.
I'm sitting here listening to fortunes that I don't care to partake in. I'll write a
There weren't
letter.
even any fortunes. It was just fucking clouds.
Yeah, they're just
It was
crazy old
clouds
ladies
and
with
then
clouds.
and then wyvern transit fuckery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
All
didn't happen.
right.
Okay, who's going first?
Well, I guess we'll watch the psychotic damage breakdown.
Sure. Yeah, let's do Jarek's Tower. Yeah.
Oh it's just Willow coming, right?
Yeah, Willow
Yeah,
and
just Willow.
Willow and Betty head towards
Okay.
the large, spindly, not quite straight, has like a kink in it where like they like clearly misaligned a bunch of the bricks for a little bit and then it kind of re-straightens back out tower. Very Tim Burton-esque.
Expressionism.
Tim Burton-esque.
Yeah, German expressionism.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. As you see this, large, like telescopic, sight coming out of the, coming out of the side of this tower and hanging out by about 20 feet. It sort of sags just a little bit. It's not quite perfectly like extended all the way. Very clearly a little hodgepodge sort of personally set up sort of situation.
Alright, before we enter, I'm gonna stop Willow. Alright, you gotta promise not to make fun of me for this.
Okay.
I've been trying to figure this out. I've been looking on the ship and I got this map that I drew when I was little, and I'm trying to figure out where it goes. It's a star map, and it was weird one night. And I figured it's not on this plane, but I'm hoping maybe this guy has a different answer.
Well,
There's nothing
hopefully.
else to it. There's no other reasons for it. It's just something I've had with me.
Well, hopefully, because otherwise, Lord knows where to start.
Yeah, I don't have a clue. So I'm just gonna open the thing. The door.
You gotta open the door. It is locked.
That's fair. I'm gonna
probably
see
have
if there
to-
is a doorbell or any form of.
Doesn't seem to be any doorbell. There's a spot where a doorbell is that you can see. There looks like it's a mallet has been taken to it.
Neat. I'm gonna pound on the door.
You bang on the door. You hear from the. Are you okay? Are you pounding on the door to make noise, or are you pounding on the door aggressively?
Make noise. I wouldn't say aggressively. I would just say like, he
Well, this
knows
is
I'm here.
This is either a persuasion or an intimidation check, is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I would go with persuasion.
Yeah. I'm gonna persuade him.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
a
have a plus 3 for
persuasive
this,
knock.
but-
It's not a aggressive knock.
I don't know. I feel like it was aggressive when I described it.
I would disagree with you because you're currently embarrassed even by Willow stand behind
That's
you.
true. You know what? It's a persuasive knock. I don't have the plus 3 to this.
Yeah.
Mother.
11.
What if you did it with the badge?
He can't see me though.
Just knock with the sound of the badge, though.
That's not how that works.
It's unfortunately
Embed the
not
badge
how
in the door.
This is not how this works.
Have the door respect
You
your authority.
knock and you hear from far up in the tower. It comes more out of the window than it does down the stairs to the door. I don't want what you're selling. Get out of here.
I'm gonna fly up to the window.
Oh god, no! I was gonna like actively like I was gonna send Manu up with a note. So
You fly up to
Send Eddie with the note.
the open hole where the telescope is. Ah! Oh, right, people can fly. What the hell do you want?
I just want to ask you a couple of questions.
I don't want what you're
I heard
selling.
that you
I
were hard
already
to
said.
get in I thought I'd be direct. I heard that you don't like talking to people.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write out a little message and give it to Manu and send Manu up.
Okay. Manu comes flying up over your shoulder, Betty, while you're arguing with this guy. Because everything.
Nice.
Well, he's arguing with you.
But,
yeah. Every time you say that I'm here to contact you, he's like, I don't want what you're selling.
I'm not selling anything.
I'm literally. Does he take the note as Manu comes?
Manu comes up and screeches in. He dives under a table.
Manu will just land in front of him and just sort of stare at him with the note.
Thanks for the raid, Absolute Pod.
Hey,
welcome everybody.
You. Raid.
You get to see my fucking Aarakocra.
Yeah, you'll see the dumb Aarakocra and the
wonderful
wizard.
Welcome everybody.
Okay, yeah, we're done. Let's go.
All right, so
the thin dragonborn dives under a table as your barn owl shrieks into the room with a note and drops it in front of him.
and then Manu just sits in front of him with his legs crossed, just like looking.
But he's gonna yell down at Willow. I don't think that was any better.
He adjusts his glasses.
Looks up and shrugs.
He goes, "What the hell is this thing? It can write notes? What are you, little one?"
My friend is downstairs. We just have a couple of questions.
Does he read the note?
Yes, he opens the note up.
The note just says, "We are selling nothing. We want to talk to you about stars."
We want to talk to you about your extended warranty.
That's always how they get me. They want me to insure my tower and my my livelihood. I don't want it. Betty, make another persuasion check with disadvantage.
Can I roll an intimidation check?
Sure, you can roll an intimidation check.
Can I roll an intimidation check and be like, motherfucker, I just want to talk to you about stars. I'm not selling anything. Do I look like a salesperson?
Roll an intimidation check without disadvantage.
I'm done. Yeah!
That's a whole, with
9.
Yeah, with the, he goes...
Well, actually, if he can see my badge, it's a 3 because I will.
Are you pretending to be authority though with your?
Yeah,
badge?
I mean at this point, yes.
Okay, so he does not know you're Betty.
Yeah.
He just he is seeing you. Who is he seeing you as?
He's just gonna see me as a fucking like a I don't know, man. Betty doesn't know
why we're
a pigeon Aarakocra.
Yeah.
It's a gray pigeon.
Well, it's someone he sees as an authority. So what is?
They read a little bit more.
Okay, that's not someone he would recognize as an authority. Who are you pretending to be?
I mean, is there like a dean,
like a town guard, or like it's specifically you have to be pretending to be
authority? Yeah, okay. I'll just be town guard. That's
okay. You show up as a dragon knight that appears in his room, and his eyes go wide, and he crawls back, and even with a 9, he's like, what does the Baron want this time? He covers his eyes.
We just want to ask you a couple questions. That's all. We just have a map. We just want to ask you if you know anything about it.
He kind of. But just don't hurt my telescope again, please.
I won't if you answer my questions.
Oh God, you're such brutes. Let me see the map.
Should I give him the map?
He looks at it and he goes.
I'm also gonna bring Willow up.
How are you bringing Willow up?
I'm just gonna grab her by I'm just gonna go.
Oh, you're gonna leave?
Well, no, I'm gonna.
Oh, you have to leave to go get her.
Yeah, I don't want to leave. I'm just gonna. Can Willow fly? Can Willow levitate?
Willow cannot do this thing.
Also, I want you to open the door for my comrade if you can.
Uh,
Just be working in twos. The thing.
He hits a small button on the side of his, on the side, like next to his door that leads down, and Willow, the door opens for you. Dang it!
Okay.
He was gonna take your map and close the door.
Yeah. No, I know he was. That's why I said it, and I was like, I'm out.
All right, I'm gonna run upstairs.
All right, yeah. You head up the 9 floors.
Big
So
tower.
it's gonna take you a while.
I'm gonna land in front of him if I can.
I grew up running up stairs made out of trees. I'm used to this. Let's go.
Yeah. you begin your sprint up the tower, and you land in front of him, and he kind of he just closes his eyes and holds his hand over his head. He's expecting you to wallop him.
I'm not going to wall of him, but I'm going to keep up the facade that I might.
Okay, he just stands with his hands over his head, expecting the wallop because you took the position over him.
Yeah. Alright, just read the map. I won't do anything, just read the map. But
You
I will.
guys usually hit me anyway, so
I'm being nice today.
can you back up like 5 feet so I can see?
Back up like 5 feet so you can
Okay. He goes over to his little this well-lit table. It's actually like he sets it down and it actually like backlights through the map. And he kind of looks at you and he goes, what the hell is this? What are these stars?
In the hairpiece, Betty's gonna whisper to Willow. He thinks it's on a dragon knight. Just go along with it.
She doesn't say any words, but you can hear the eye roll.
I would like to respond to the hairpin. What the fuck are you doing?
Alright, he is going to make...
I don't respond to Safer, or not Safer, Ivar.
He is going to make... his expertise doesn't give him disadvantage at this, but he is going to make a survival check. He's got really good survival.
You guys normally hit me anyways. This poor man.
I'm more concerned about the guards who have beat this man, clearly.
I am too, but we can't do anything about that right now.
As you. Go beat some guards. Do this.
That is a terrible idea in a city ruled by dragons.
Oh,
real bad idea.
I'll give
My mans!
I'll give you the chance, Betty. You want to give him assistance?
Yes.
Okay.
Because Betty does know some things about stars.
You're assisting the man you're currently intimidating.
Good boy.
You sort of redirect him and go, we know it's not a map of stars on this planet. He goes, well, why didn't you say so? And he like shoves everything off of his desk and pulls up like 4 other sets of these thin, like well-made maps. And he starts studying them. And it still takes him a while. Willow, you manage to reach the top of the tower.
All right, I collect Manu.
Yeah, Manu flutters up onto your shoulder. And he goes, oh, you weren't kidding. These stars are pretty far out there.
Oh yeah?
These stars are celestial in nature.
Celestial?
He goes, I don't have enough here to determine, but from what I can tell, these are Asgardian stars.
He'd see a dragon knight with like a full face shield and no emotion. You'd see Betty with her jaw open. Alright, where is that? What is that?
Yes, the celestial domain of Asgard. You know, like another plane.
Yeah.
Is it specifically part of the constellation? I don't. I actually don't know the name of this constellation. It's not in any of my notes. But and he draws a line and goes, "This on the left-hand side, these line of stars. You're missing something." And he's can I? And he goes, no. And he grabs like a sheet of like thin paper and puts it over, and draws a line through a large section of it. He goes, This right here is the Bifrost. Those aren't stars there. You're missing some of the constellation.
All right.
But he said, from what I have, these are stars in the skies of Asgard.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Wait, you're not gonna hit me?
No, you've been very helpful.
You're not gonna call me a pervert and try to pull down my telescope again?
Are you?
No.
Why were people calling you a pervert and trying to tear down your telescope?
It's broken and sometimes it swings down. And then the guards come in here and beat me up.
I roll insight on that.
Yeah.
I don't believe him.
Don't believe him.
10.
I mean, he seems earnest. He seems rather shy and abashed by it. And his telescope does sort of curve downwards in the middle, like it's been banging against the side of his tower.
Alright, well, in the future I'd fix that so you don't get beat up anymore.
He crosses his arms. He goes, "You guys... Would you please leave if you're not going to mess up my tower?"
I just want to ask one more question.
No questions.
Do you know anybody else who can tell me any more about this shit?
Yes. No, I don't have any friends. Please leave.
Fair enough, I go. I take my map and my drawing and I go.
Okay.
I'm gonna give him 20 gold and just be like, for fixing that and also for your discretion. Sorry about it. And then I leave.
I don't have anybody to tell it to.
Yeah, he doesn't have any friends. He's good.
Is this guy based off of Heinz Doofenshmirtz?
No.
Feels like it.
This is based off of me making up a character as we went along because I wasn't expecting you to look for that in Eldervein. You know,
he gives very solid Heinz Doofenshmirtz vibes.
Yeah. Right.
Jarek will talk like this next time.
How do you spell his name?
Jirik.
Jirik.
Okay. I get out of the tower.
Alright. Yeah.
Actually, we got a little bit away from the tower because that was a shit show.
You generated a shit show. What you on about?
No, I did something great. I don't know what you're talking about.
Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated.
Tortured man who's already been tortured and then...
I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. That's his fault. He has a giant-ass telescope. He doesn't have the funds to fix it. I think he might be a pervert.
Well, he might have some of the funds to fix it now.
Yeah, well, now he does. If he doesn't fix it, we know that he's just lying.
Are you really gonna go back and check?
I might before we leave. If construction hasn't started, I'm gonna be upset.
The construction hasn't.
I mean, I feel like it's not even a construction thing. I think it's a tinkering thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if I don't see progress, I'm gonna be mad.
I would literally offer like the services of Saywin if I had any confidence that he would accept or not beat us up.
He's not gonna beat us up. He might die of a heart attack.
He's not gonna beat you up. He might beat me up.
That's true. I don't think
people can beat me up.
I don't think he'll beat you up.
In real life, no. In D&D.
Anyways, I'm gonna land on a street a little bit outside.
after I get down the 9 flights of stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to walk back down because Betty didn't offer to fly you down.
Yep.
Gonna close the door behind me.
Okay.
Look around for Betty. Do I see the bright blue bird?
Yeah, she's like down a couple streets.
I meet up with her and just go, that could have gone better, but it
Well, I
didn't
think it
go.
went well. I got what I wanted.
That's not exactly the indication of something running smoothly, but I'll take it.
Yeah. Huh, that was neat.
So what now? Hang out outside of the Shipwrights Guild until Saywin's done?
I guess. Yeah. Look at our notes.
Yeah. You now have a little bit more information.
This poor man.
This maybe poor man, you mean?
You bullied him.
Yeah,
so
I did.
hard.
It seemed to work. You got the answers you wanted.
I did. I mean, it was effective.
I'm also truly shocked about how much you think that 20 gold will contribute at all to the repair of a telescope.
I'll say a hand telescope. I don't have it
A
to where
spyglass is 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
Look, I have a
That thing
variety.
is probably a few million.
That's why I'm saying if he doesn't have the fucking money to fix it, then don't fucking use it.
Look, I have a couple of reasons.
He put a deposit on that shit. He's got to have enough to fix it.
I have a couple of reasons for the amount of gold that I gave, mostly because if I gave too much, I would be broke. So, and also Willow doesn't have a solid concept on how much a telescope would cost at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Betty didn't think to offer money.
That
No.
seems that seems par for the Betty course.
Yeah. If it was Lorian, that guy would be swimming in cash.
See a nerd, double birds up the window.
Sorry, I just suddenly got a picture of just Betty jumping out a window and flipping the bird with her hands and then flipping the bird with her wings
All right.
Yeah.
and just plummeting for a little bit.
It's effective.
Oh my god.
Okay, what does the shipwright do?
Yeah, what is the shipwright doing?
Gonna try and find the whoever's running the shipwright
Also,
guild.
shout out to King Rogar for following us. That's great.
Yeah, thank
Awesome.
you. Thank
After that shit show.
I think they followed before. I'm just thankful
Okay, they might be gone now.
I
I
think
don't
they-
know, but, you know,
Yeah,
they
turn
made
them
their
off.
choice.
I hope they don't rescind it after that.
After whatever the hell that was.
There you can't seem to find like an overarching person over the guild here.
Just any like
but like everybody,
man.
yeah. There's plenty of like there is like at least a foreman per boat.
Okay,
So-
I'm gonna think. So, I saw there was a ad or a classified looking for shipwrights. I'm surprised to see shipwrights this far inland.
Yeah, this lizard folk man, tall and spindly, with a long it's like a deep blue scale color and sort of a longer mouth. Kind of turns around. And goes, yes, we're sort of in a interesting position here, but we're able to make the boats in the city walls free from needing the space at sea to have them afloat.
Hey,
Are you looking for work here, sir? Or ma'am? Sorry.
potentially. don't know exactly how long I'm gonna be in town for, but while I am in town, I'm more than happy to offer what work I can do.
Well, we're looking for people to sign on for at least a month contract, you know, at least 4 days a week, that sort of thing. But yeah, if you're intending to stay in town for that duration, we'd happily have you along.
Well, I don't know. Considering I'm only here as long as it takes for someone to get in contact with someone apparently very high up on the chain about something that I don't fully understand. So could be a day, could be a couple months. So unfortunately, I don't know if I can take that offer. Curious though that you got so many ships being built. Saw one getting carried off to the north a little bit ago.
Yes. We're really cranked up the production of ships recently. Our sailing, our navy hasn't exactly been the pride point of Drakencrone, but we're looking to change that.
Can I ask a bit about why?
They kind of looks at you. Make a persuasion check.
All right.
Ooh. I'm not at liberty to say. I'm sorry. But I'll just.
Sounds like
things are brewing, and
I saw in the I guess it's a newspaper about the start of blockades up in the north.
he sort of just taps his nose but doesn't say anything.
See.
You doubt I'm right?
Well,
well, if you're looking for short-time work, there's always the the Imran Monster Hunters Guild, just down the road.
right. And I'm also gonna just scroll down the inn that I'm staying at and contact information. It's like, if you need any short-term work done, let me know. Be more than happy to help out. As well, I'm here.
If we get into the pickle where we need day workers, I'll absolutely let you know. But
it's been a little bit since I did some ship work for a actual building. Been doing a bit more maintenance, but did work over at Port Alga for a bit. So
pretty hefty work up there, I've heard.
right. Ironwood is not easy to work with.
Yes, I was just about to ask. I've never worked with ironwood before. How is it?
Takes a bit more effort, but it's definitely not the easiest to work with, but definitely worth the results.
He kind of nods. We don't have ironwood, but we do have these ancient oaks that are around. Makes pretty solid shipbuilding.
Makes sense. Do you happen to have any libraries or documents that are open to public? I'd love to learn what the what you have or what techniques you've learned working here.
Oh, about ships?
Hey.
I think those are all technically, well, you need clearance for them. Unfortunately, they're. I'm not sure where a lot of these techniques came from. Hodgepodge sort of growth over many millennia.
Makes sense.
Definitely older styled.
Hey.
They seem to do good by us.
Hey. A lot of older a lot of the older ships are still selling. It's something, right? Yep. Thanks for letting me know.
Oh, no
And,
problem. But I'll contact you if we really do need to.
Sounds good. Thank you.
No problem. Have a lovely day. And he turns back around. Hey, you!
I'm gonna just poke around the shipyards and just observe.
Okay, yeah, and
At least until someone tells me, hey, you need to leave. You're not allowed to be here.
everyone seems a little too busy and preoccupied, and you're not actively like touching things, so no one gets on you for it. But yeah, these I say galleons, but they're at least these ships that are being built in this area are all they're 3-decked ships. They're all incredibly long for their size. It looks like they're taking advantage of these huge oak trees. So they're a lot longer than like any of the galleons you've seen worked on. But they seem to have some technique too, because a lot of the length is lost in the ironwood, because roughly about halfway through the tree they start to it starts getting too long for them to work it, but they seem to be able to work the entire length of these trees just fine. So it's interesting to watch, and it looks like each one of these ships could house probably one ancient dragon that would take up the majority of the inside of the ship if they were on it. But probably be crewed by closer to like 80 to 100 people.
I'm gonna just note down any general observations in my personal records to save for the future, for things to think about.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah. Oh no, I'm putting circles on the map. No.
Uh-oh.
Where did it go?
More circles.
Infinite circle. There we
Infinite circle.
Then I guess I leave the shipyard.
go. Okay.
And you see Willow and Betty standing there.
Willow probably panting from running down 18
I
up and down
would
18
have
flights.
taken a walk down the stairs. And also, Willow's a bit more athletic than you give her credit for.
I'm sure she is, but that's a lot of stairs. I feel like no matter how athletic you are, that's gonna take something out of a person.
Yeah, running up.
But yeah, but Willow's been her. What?
9 flights of stairs?
Yeah.
9 flights of stairs.
Up and down.
Down
So
is
down's easier.
negligible.
Down
Down's
is not
easy.
negligible. Down can be difficult.
Down is fairly negligible, Rose.
Yeah.
Down can be difficult.
If you have a broken leg.
Or very short
That is
stairs. Like I
literally
have.
the
Even
ol-
negligible. I think down is just fun.
Yeah, down's fun because down you can get going
Down
super.
is fun if you have like one of those like sliding discs for snow.
No. I like going like really far or really. I like trying to see how fast I can get my legs to move when I'm going down long flights of stairs. Or I like try. I like
Yeah, it's fun getting the rhythm going.
Yeah, or I will jump or I'll run down like half or 2/3 of the set of stairs and then jump to the last bit and land.
I will tell you right now that I have fallen down more stairs than you can count, so I don't do that.
Oh yeah, no,
You
I've
should be
fallen
at
down a
I
ton of
take it very
positions.
slow.
I've fallen down a ton of stairs too, but the only time I've ever had difficulty walking downstairs is last or not last year, 2 years ago when I broke my foot and I literally had to use crutches to do everything.
Oof.
Yeah, that was fun because I can't get into my apartment without without going downstairs. So I had to move in with my parents for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I do remember that, yeah.
But yeah, Hessel and Ivar go search for a job.
No. All right. And yeah, you by this time you will have made it to the the Imrin Monster Hunting Guild. A large 4-story building sits before you.
This is much more than the last one was.
Is it now?
Yeah, to be honest, just based on appearances, I was shocked how much capital the old one was the other ones were able to produce.
Oh, good to know that might be worth our time then.
Yeah. Let's head to the counter, see if our membership has transferred branches or if this is a separate entity altogether.
Lead on, since they already know you. You also want to register the name.
Hey, we head to front counter.
All right. You open the front doors to this massive building of a like terracotta siding or terracotta roofing and these like big thick like heavy stone walls. You open the 2 large thick front doors that sort of creak a little bit as they open. Heavy doors, you have to sort of really like brace yourself against the stairs before you pull them open. And sitting inside is a it's like a lane basically of a walkway with on the left and right side there's like small sitting areas sat between like this koi pond that runs underneath the walkway.
Okay.
You can see several fish like swimming through, and standing at the counter with a big grin, the giant you've never seen a creature like this before. He looks sort of like a dragonborn, but you've seen crocodiles as well. He's got a very crocodile-like face and a terrifying yet welcoming grin. New faces. How can I help you?
Yeah. I'm wondering if our, I guess, membership, registration, whatever it might be, carries over across branches. We were actually briefly hunting in Jehesta, previously.
We do recognize other guilds. We are independent, but, how do you say, like a brotherhood. So we can set you up and get you your credentials to match here as well. You'll start out at whatever position you were here. And if you need to, we can always transfer documents if you are ever going back to the Jehesta branch. He gives a big crocodile grin.
That probably won't be necessary. Did we have paperwork, or do I just give him info?
You would have
We had a plate.
Yeah, you had a plaque, and you had like a little bit of paperwork and like a little like portfolio that like
Sure,
just stuff
I'll
you
drop
signed.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically that's your like identification stuff.
Right.
But he goes through and he goes, Starlight's Call. Sounds heroic.
Yep.
We have eyes on rather grand things. Yes.
Yes, listen, I'm not one to judge. My first group was like, oh goodness. Backbiters, the toothy maw, that one I led. Undying hunger, but that's because Tubbs led that one. You know, nothing too edgy with Starlight's Call, so. But he begins like signing paperwork and making duplicates of things.
Somebody named Tubbs led unending hunger.
Makes sense.
Dude, that guy
I
was
feel like
crazy.
if I led such a group, the context would be wildly different.
Absolutely. That's Hessel's villain arc.
Yeah. It's him becoming Tubbs.
Oh no.
Dude, that guy was crazy. He ate that whole wyvern while we were fighting.
Oh my god.
Man.
He just kept screaming, "Give me your blood."
Now, I don't actually remember what rank, if any, we were. Because I don't know if we got credit for the dragon turn-in.
You did. Let me see.
Though I don't recall that it matters. I think we just take whatever job we want anyways.
Yeah.
I think this is a bit less
I don't think they were
formatted
locked
than the
behind
Adolof.
like ranks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
this is
like,
less formatted than Adolof.
If you come across a big dragon or a giant crab for some reason, you know.
Right. This is more just bragging rights, I think, as far as rank goes.
Yes. The yeah, you're given new little iron placards. They're like iron, about the size of a credit card, stamped with Starlight's Call and each of your names. Yes, is everyone here that's needs a card, and he gives you the 5 for the group.
Yeah, we need 3 more. Yeah.
Yeah, he stamps that. You see him like set up this little plate and then put this little like iron card down, and he crimps it down. He hands you the 5 little iron placards. And he goes, "If you need any more, just come on back and get people signed up with your names. They get credit too."
All right.
Upstairs is the second floor is the lounge for everyone that's not at least silver rank and above.
And we are what? Iron?
Yeah, you're iron. And then next is bronze, and then it's silver and gold.
Right.
Yeah. Although, yeah, because y'all started at wood technically, but jumped up to iron with the dragon kill.
What is that before wood? Tin? Or
No,
after wood?
Wood
Tin?
is just the starting one.
Yeah.
We're not expecting to get this plaque back, so it's gonna be made of wood.
Yeah, it's just because like every like youngster that wants to be something in town goes and registers, and then they never go on a hunt. So they just started
Exactly.
handing out
Literally,
wood cards.
exactly. Yeah. Like, I'm part of this guild. It's, it's a copper to sign up or whatever. Or I think it was a silver to sign up for each person, but like,
I don't want to hunt anything.
Yeah, they're literally the silvers to cover it being made out of wood, and and for them to take the time to like sign stuff and everything. But yeah, they give you your new badges from Eldervane, which these ones are pretty much good everywhere in Drakencrone. But
Gotcha.
yeah.
One would hope, given that it's the badge from the one in the capital.
Yeah, it's even got like the seal, and then it's got a symbol of 3 claws across a mountain, which is the Baron's symbol for
That's cool.
For Dwarves Bane. He was only Dwarves Bane because he liked eating their mithril.
Just ate one dwarf, guys. Come on.
He may have, if he likes eating their mithril, he may have accidentally eaten one dwarf.
All's fair in love and war.
Oh.
This mithril armor has some really gooey bits inside. Like a nice...
Oh God.
I'll say to this guy, I don't know that you're net at all to ask, like, the right person to ask about this, but is there like a demonology expert in the building as far as like hunting demons are concerned? We came across some rather concerning notes a while back.
We do have a couple people that prefer to hunt demons. Well, they're all silver rank and above. I can see if there's anyone in willing to talk to you.
Yeah, all I have to go off of is a description of a creature, and I'm wondering if anyone might be able to tell me something about it.
Sure, yeah. If y'all want to wait in the upstairs lounge, I can go see if any silvers.
Yeah, we'll be perusing jobs, so.
Absolutely. I'll meet you up there once I'm done looking. Maybe Tessa's in. And he steps behind the counter and leaves a little placard that says, "Out, be back in 5."
Right.
In a while, crocodile.
In a while.
No, Ivar. I don't know why I was suddenly struck with this information, but I kind of forget that our group had a run-in with a certain creature. A woman made of hands. Very, very demon related, it would seem. So it's probably I think the description won't lead to anything because this creature seems pretty unique, but oh well.
I mean, is there
The handmaiden.
anything
Right.
I remember?
You have not encountered this creature.
Oh, right. That's some wacky stuff there.
He says this, and you kind of you're like, I mean, I know a lot of demons with big hands.
It's like imagine a woman that's really tall.
It's really slappy.
And she's wearing like a wedding gown,
Uh-huh.
but it's all hands, and they're all alive.
Wait, hold up, the wedding gown or the demon?
The wedding gown. She was still a person. She still like looked humanoid, but
she didn't have any facial
definitely
features.
knew she was a demon.
Yeah.
Yeah, she. No eyeballs.
No eyeballs. Like if you were to pull flesh over a regular person's face.
It's like if Slender Man was wearing a wedding dress made of hands.
Okay.
This is a good description.
That is outside my realm. I've never heard or seen anything of that such.
The only reason I know it's at all demon related is because of a little back and forth we had. So
You hear footsteps coming back downstairs as you're down there. It's like, you're in luck. Tessa's in. She'll be coming down in just a moment. And he sort of
appreciate it.
Gives a nod and heads back downstairs. You see coming down the stairs a tiefling woman, but a deep like gray skin tone, but covered with green scales that go along like, under her eyes. And one of her eyes is a vibrant green, dragon-like eye. She comes down. I heard some newbies were looking for someone interested in knowing demons.
That would be us, yeah.
I will only mildly scowl at being called a newbie.
She pulls out a little
human leather book.
Yeah, she pulls out a little like black notebook and a quill. She goes, "Well, do you have a description, or are you looking for something?"
All right, I'm gonna ask you to picture something in your mind's eye right now. All right, because exactly what you picture is probably pretty much what it looked like.
She holds her quill in excitement.
Imagine a woman, say, what was she like, 10 feet tall? Height's probably irrelevant. She probably has some sort of degree of control over that. I think a lot of things do. But 10 feet tall, no face. Take off the face, whatever you're thinking of. Now imagine a long, flowing wedding dress made of actual living hands.
She stops scribbling.
And
She
each seemed to be able to like operate and grab things.
Are they like all weird and petty, and they sort of like slapped around, kind of creepy? And they moved, and all the fingers sort of like waved in her hair, that sort of thing.
That sounds exactly right, to be honest. So,
oh, good. Okay.
Unless you pulled that out of nowhere, I assume you know something.
She stops writing notes, and she puts the quill like in between the pages of the book, and she goes, "Where did you come across this one?"
Oh, it was it's actually quite a funny story, right? So we were sailing,
Right.
south of.
She opens up, starts
Banana
taking notes
Island.
again. Yeah, Banana Island, I know that one, yeah.
And I was just sort of like above deck, just hanging out because I don't do much of the sailing stuff. That's not really my thing, right? And I was looking over the edge, and I saw some ruins underneath the water. So
Okay,
I was like, well, that's something to explore. That's exciting. Cracked it open. Found like a pillar that, puzzle I expertly solved instantly, actually. And that's not a lie. By the way. It was actually crazy. Yeah, I rolled a natural 20.
Yeah.
Oh, I can remember.
I solved it in like 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, I thought that was one of the ones that I solved.
And then, well, it was like this entire like underwater rune sort of thing, inhabited by demons, and she was at the end of it with a bunch of research tubes or something. I don't know.
With the goo people?
Yes.
I think there was goo.
There was goo.
There may or may not have been goo.
There was goo.
Popping the tubes was sort of like our core focus.
Okay, yeah.
And, they did have goo in them. That sounds correct.
That's excellent. I don't know what they are, but this is the third time I've come across this exact description.
Did all these other descriptions get someone promoted to gold?
He goes, no. It's useful information, though.
Yeah, worth a shot.
If you brought me one alive, I could probably petition to have you raised up to gold.
You say one. What is it?
From what I understand and know, they say they serve the new master.
Yeah, there was a lot of that nonsense.
Yeah.
Didn't make much sense.
Demon rumor has it, someone's taken up Jubilex's empty throne. Some adventurers killed him a few years ago somehow. Didn't really get told about, but all of a sudden all the demons were panicking because there's an empty seat. And the Abyssal Lords all tried vying for power, and someone came up and snatched it.
Well, that's fun.
So some kind of rare demon type that can't be killed by normal means, it seems.
Oh, I think they can.
Well,
They just
she seemed not prone to fight without her equipment. She left rather quickly.
they've God damn it. Okay, that's why I was asking if you brought one in alive, we could get rank you to gold. Because well, no one's been able to cut one yet from the other reports I have. So they usually flee or
Did we
let
hurt
other
her?
people do fight. No, you broke her shield. She left right before.
And then she left. Okay.
Yeah, they're not.
So I
they're
can't.
not prone to
You
fighting.
can't claim that first blood.
I think, unfortunately, they're sort of the tacticians of whatever.
We
Crew.
do know it's a they. There's more than one.
Mhm.
Okay, that's good. That means they're not that big a deal, right?
Well,
It's not just one that's super strong and is popping up everywhere.
And knows my patron and needs nothing him to it. And...
Right, exactly, right? I told like a middle manager about me. That's
yeah.
not that big a deal.
Oh, you serve him, and it's like, yes.
Well, technically, we don't know that who they, or what they identify as, and they could be a hive mind. It could be, a lot of things. But honestly, don't
That'd be
know
unfortunate.
jack shit about them. So. But they all have seemed arrogant so far, and tacticians, which worries.
We're gonna be in town for a few days. If you want to try and decipher these, I pull out the crumpled wad of demon notes.
Yes,
She
the
looks-
ones that you didn't want to take.
She puts her hand on her head. She goes, "All right, what?
I mean, the place was sinking. We had to get out. We just sort of stuffed what we could in the bag.
Understandable. Oh goodness. Sure. Yeah. I'll leave these with the front deskman if I don't find anything. But sure. Yeah.
Like actual human leather.
No, they were
No,
like
that was the
they-
gloves that I'm wearing.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you're wearing those. You
Yeah.
must.
Oh yeah, you did take
Yeah.
those.
Lovely
They give me
human leather.
+1 to sleight of hand in
It's
thieves'
not
tools
worth
check.
it.
And they're supple as all can be.
Yeah,
Please
like,
tell me
you
you're wearing
can't
them
tell they're
right.
human.
Please tell you're wearing them right now as you hand her these.
Yeah.
notes.
Yeah, they're just gloves.
Yeah. They're just nice tan, a light tan leather glove.
Yep.
When I made the what did I call the item? I am currently wearing human hands. Is what I called the item.
Oh, I love it. I love human hands.
But yes,
Oh.
I'm gonna take all credit for all discoveries that come out of those because you didn't want to take them. You said it was a bad idea.
I said it was a bad idea to loot because I thought we were about to sink.
Yeah. But yeah.
We had more time than I thought.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, if you have an update, I'd love to hear it.
I'll certainly let you know. Oh boy. Well, thank you for I guess corroborating an additional story. I can't wait to hopefully find another one of them, and well, hopefully they won't have all the weird magic technology around them.
And if there's anything bronze worthy in those stack of notes, let old Croc know about that so we can get our promotion, eh?
I'll keep it in mind. Yeah, takes the notes and begins reading them as she walks away, and you can see the little gold badge on the cuff of her, or on the arm of her shirt.
All right, Ivar. Now you know monsters. What do you think we could take?
All right. What's the what do we have on the list? I'm hoping it's not an overwhelming amount of information. Just
Let me pull up. Let me see. 1 second. Bookmark. Get rid of it. There is there's a bounty to take out 4 stegosauri.
Yeah.
okay.
That are encroaching on. They seem to be damaging a bunch of trees. They're not certain why, but yeah, they're damaging good lumber trees and fighting their way through it. There's a bounty out for 3 woodwoads that are attacking people as they come into the city or come and go from the city.
That's a dye color in Final Fantasy.
Woodwoad?
Woodwoad.
I mean, it's also a thing in D&D, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds local.
Yeah, both of them sound pretty local. Stegosauri are gonna be a bit farther. Is there anything else?
How many woodwoad?
3
I
woodwoad.
think it was 3.
3
Yeah.
woodwoad?
And
At
I mean,
least
if it's right.
What is a woodwoad? Is there a description? Because this means nothing to me. Is it
Uh,
a frog?
No, they're here. Let me.
Aren't they like Fae?
This is a
Yes.
creature I'm
Oh,
relatively
it's
familiar with.
Groot. Okay.
Yeah, they're little Groots.
It's Groot. Okay.
Well, they're regular. They're like 7 feet tall Groots. So
They're 7 feet tall. They look tiny.
they're medium
Well,
plant
the picture
creatures.
makes them look tiny.
Yeah. If you haven't seen the picture,
That
I'll
do
put it
look
in.
tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, their description puts them at 6 to 7 feet tall.
Oof.
Oh, that's not tiny.
Pseudo. Woo.
Yeah, they're pseudo woodos, but they're angry and they bonk.
I mean, Pseudo Voodoo can get angry.
They're
Pseudo
hard
Voodoo
to.
can bonk.
They're hard
You
to.
think he can?
Yeah, from the description, yeah, they're hard to pin down because they can walk through trees and teleport, and they also look like trees and will beat the shit out of you while pretending to be trees. So they're hard to tie down, but yeah. All right,
Are those the only 2 we have that are kind of like within or near the city?
let me see. There's a couple more. In your range, see, an unknown number of bullets have been spotted in the sewers.
A what?
A bullet?
Oh, okay.
Oh gosh, in the sewers of Eldervane?
Yes.
Those better be like adamantine
That one
sewers.
is literally local. We could do that.
So
Like,
do
they're
I have any
bullet in
idea
the
of what a
sea- in
bullet
the-
is?
They're like big fuckers.
Well, in character, though.
Yeah.
Okay. you know what one is out of character?
I mean, I have no idea what was out of character either.
They're like land sharks.
You can make an Arcana or a Survival check.
What is better for me actually? My Arcana is a +7. My Survival is +6.
They're Tranpinch. That's what they are. They're Tranpinch.
I don't know what Trampinch is
Mhm.
either.
I don't know how to help you.
I don't do the Pokemons.
They're Choodle.
23. Imagine if a mole and a rhinoceros had a child.
Okay.
And it behaved like a shark. It literally
Yeah.
like burrowed through the ground.
Yeah, they burrow
Like,
through
they
the
swim
ground.
through the
and-
ground, basically.
Yeah.
There you go. There's some pictures. Have fun.
Bite the
Not
And
shit.
attack
liking
you.
the unknown amounts though.
Yeah, it's basically like if Jaws was a rhino that could swim in the ground.
Okay, unknown amounts is not something I like. So far, I'm thinking out of the.
And maybe we can relocate them.
No, yeah, I'm gonna relocate them to the grave.
With that roll, are they pack hunters?
They
'Cause
form
if you-
small family groups between 3 and 8.
But do they hunt together?
Small family of 8.
I mean, they don't. Yes and no. They're primarily they primarily eat like small things that live in the dirt. They don't really target people that often, but they will eat people if they're available.
Okay. Unknown number of those, and is there a pay scale for these?
It says to you can request that information
Okay.
if you wish.
Pay scale or pain scale?
Pain scale.
No, pain scale
I'll
we'd
say-
figure out.
I also think the unknown number is probably concerning. However, this job keeps us in town. We don't have to leave. And is of direct benefit to the citizenry. So that's brownie points
Point-
for our
Points in our favor, yeah.
Torrengheth meeting.
My counterpoint to you is unknown number.
Right. I understand.
We're
that.
that we're in the sewers, so it's tight quarters. Not a lot of room for maneuvering.
Well, it's sewers in a dragon city. What if dragons have to be down in the sewers? They might be huge.
I mean, I definitely wouldn't freaking know, but I would imagine dragons would have their minions build
Hey,
and maintain sewers.
Mr. Croc,
Mr.
You
Croc.
call that?
What's his name?
Yeah.
how big are the sewers? Like people sized or like dragon sized?
Oh, dragon sized. Yeah.
Yeah, we got room.
Plenty of space.
The walkways are like 15 feet across.
Gotcha.
All right, I'm gonna grab those 3, bring them over to, I guess, for lack of better terms, Mr. Croc, and you're like, what's the pay going for these?
Yeah, what
ones?
is his actual name? I forgot.
He didn't
I
say.
don't know if he told me.
You didn't ask, so he didn't say. His name's Lucas.
Lucas.
All right, well, Lucas, what's the pay scale for these guys?
Well, which ones are you looking at?
Guess they are flyers, right? Essentially.
Yeah, they're little like.
So I'll bring those 3 over, which is the Stegosaurus, is the Woodwoods, was that what it's called?
Yeah,
And then the,
Woodwoods.
bullets.
Yes. Stegosaurus. If you bring in, it's 500 for completion. If you manage to bring in the meat, we can pay you more. The Woodwoods are a little bit more obnoxious. 1,200 gold for them, but we want their bodies because people have brought in trees and said that they killed them, and then
Right.
stupid fuckers. And the bullet one is a little more scaled. We don't know how many are down there. We know that there's at least 2. But for everyone you tag, we won't make you bring them up. We'll get someone else to go recover them since they're in the city. But bring me a proof for each one. Like I don't know, some piece of them each one you bring will pay 600 gold. That's some good armor right there. And melt down their iron plates and make some hella good billet steel.
Gotcha. I'm assuming you got copies of these. I can take these with me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful. And this isn't something with a sign to. We can just bring back the bits and we'll get paid, right?
Yeah, of course.
Perfect. Thank you
What do
kindly.
you think we are? Some sort of civilized group?
I don't know what the hell's happened to this place since I've been gone.
Gone.
Anyway.
He likes to be dramatic.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh.
That's all I'd say. We should look over these three, talk with the group, and see what we can handle.
Yeah,
I think these are probably the three that we're gonna have the best pay to pain scale, as someone put it.
there's some there's more up there, but yeah. If you want one that's well.
Maybe we'll look at him.
He pulls a little
tired.
Yeah, he pulls a little thing and snaps it and he goes, "There's a coven of hags with your name on." he just puts it down. But yeah.
I will grab that flyer as well.
Okay.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. Thank you.
What is the flyer for hags, and beyond that, I guess we can start walking back to the inn.
There's a coven of hags just outside of the city, to the south. They're not sure what their defenses are, but a number of people have come in at the telltale signs of being hexed. So.
Mm-mm.
No, but
What's the price tag on that?
I pretty much have probably jotted down the pay scale on each of the flyers.
1,000 gold per head.
Oh, ye.
Okay.
For what?
Hags.
Hags.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That sounds like that'd probably be the most risky one. But good money.
Yeah, it's
And
definitely the most
what were the
unpredictable.
numbers? I was typing notes. What were the numbers for the Stegosauruses, the Woodwoads, and the Blue?
The Stegosaurus, I think, was 500 for completion for killing 4, plus
Okay.
extra if we can bring the meat back. The Woodwoads, you said, was K and 200?
1,200.
1,200. So that's for all 3 of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have to bring the bodies back.
Yeah, bodies got to be returned. Bullets, we need a trophy, and it's 600 per, unknown, and in the sewers. And then the Coven of Hags is 1,000 per head, but again, seems like unknown numbers, unknown location, unknown abilities.
But probably,
So just-
but probably 3 because Hag Coven.
Yeah.
Would make the most sense. Sounds like the best bang for the buck would probably be the bullets, assuming there's at least more than 5 down there.
Well, I
Even if
mean,
there's
even
not, with no travel time, it's definitely the most cost efficient.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And also, it would equal 2 of them would equal the Woodwoads, and we know that there are at least 2.
Yeah.
I was gonna say there's definitely been at least 2. There seems to be at least multiple, so it could be.
And 5 would equal the Coven with probably less effort than the Coven would take.
Yeah.
That's
The
pretty
only
much what
thing
I'm
about the
thinking.
Coven is, I guess I don't know how that would work, but they could each just have like their own little house, but fairly close to each other. So we could probably fight them one at a time.
I mean, generally a Coven all
Unless
stay
they
within
live
one
in the
house.
same house.
Yeah, I was
They-
gonna say generally they're all in the same place.
They're all roommates.
Pretty much, that's how
Oh
that
my
works.
god, they were roommates.
But
I mean, if you don't aspire to be a hag by your mid-70s, I don't know what you're talking about.
as long
You're
as none of our
mid
party don't
1700.
No, yeah, you know what?
As long as no one in the party doesn't mind getting messy in the sewers, that might be our best moneymaker right there for least effort, and we're still near where we've got to be.
Yeah, I think we'll see what everyone thinks, but I think that's probably the best bet.
I think if we want just quick and easy cash, though, Stegosauruses are probably gonna be the easiest. The Woodwoads, oh, might be more funny than anything else.
The poor boys.
It would be funny if it's not me that gets jumped by the tree.
Oh, I'm thinking some iron bear traps while they try to get away.
All right, but
At
I
that point, just
think-
light them on fire.
I think
That's cruel.
But effective.
Well, I wouldn't
yeah,
set them
I
on
guess
fire if you need the bodies.
But
Shard
yeah,
remains
so I
still
guess
work.
we
I
I
just need
guess
them to be on fire until they stop moving.
I guess we canonically say that we're gonna meet back up at the hotel and discuss
I'll say
plans over dinner once more.
you'll meet up right now, and yeah, you'll want to meet up for dinner.
Sounds good. And then I pitch my findings for some money, since it seems like we have time and we have a need for money.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not to mention to garner a bit of favor.
All right.
Yeah, favor is definitely our most premium currency at the moment.
But
Mhm.
So with that, I'd recommend the bullets, but I'm open to discussion.
and
My vote is
Boulets, right? Like, I'm not
Boulet or
really
Hag.
What's up?
So they're called boulets, right? Like I'm not.
Someone
Yeah,
said
bullet.
bullets.
Boulet.
Bullet.
Boulet.
Boulet.
I
Boulet.
think it is Boule. That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always heard Boulet.
Boulet?
But
Alright.
Because you keep
yes.
saying bold, I'm like, is it? Am I wrong?
I don't know. I
But
heard someone
Am
say
I
it
just
before.
French?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can. I mean, you are Canadian.
Am I just
We
French?
can discuss this later, but let's go to bed. I'm tired
Yeah.
I'm very tired.
too.
Yes. All right. Yeah. We'll pick this up. It sounds like we're gonna be going boulet hunting. But
Boulet, boulet.
yeah.
Is it really
we'll
D&D if you don't go in the sewers?
Exactly. I want y'all to go in the big dragon sewers with the big dragon dumps. Yeah.
What is
Well,
wrong with you?
it's funny.
Poop is funny.
Haha, funny poop. But yeah, we'll be back next Saturday. I don't think we have anything stopping us next
No.
Saturday.
Nah.
I think so. Let me double check that.
We can
No, no
double
one should
check
be
it later.
bothering me.
Yeah.
The fact that I do have to be up early in the morning, that's about it.
But yeah, we'll meet here next Saturday to continue our lovely homebrew our homebrew 5th edition
Yeah.
little adventure. So,
Thank you guys for sticking around. If you're still here,
Yeah.
we have a Twitter. It's shitposts. I love it personally.
The
I wonder why.
description is down below. You know, all the fables and thumps, and we have a VOD channel. I'll be uploading this one as well, probably tomorrow. So if you missed anything and want to come back and catch up, the first few episodes are a little scuffed. I apologize.
And so are some of the more recent ones, but you know,
Hey,
It only goes for like
Only
the
at
first
the
10
start,
minutes, and then
yeah.
it works out.
that's
Yeah.
true.
I've got this streaming thing down a little bit, but yes, thank y'all for watching, and have a good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night. Bye, guys.
Bye.